All right, everybody. Looks like we're getting ready to start out for the afternoon. So, welcome back for those jumping in back online. We are going to let's go ahead and bring in our next presenter. So, hey Shay, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. It's a bit early for
Awesome.
me on the weekend, but
Oh yeah, West Coast, I take it.
West Coast.
Got it. All righty. Well, so it looks like you got a really cool talk coming up here on we call it zero trust networking, right? Is
Yep,
or at least we're gonna to focus on that perimeter. So
that's
no,
the
it's very
idea.
exciting. This is going to be an awesome talk. Definitely myself and the rest of our viewers are going to be looking forward to it. So Shay, like you've got some cool stuff going on. You've got like a sysadmin developer background, then security consultant. Did you enjoy that jump into security?
Yes. I mean, I started out as a sysadmin, so the I was the one dealing with the problems, and then as a security consultant, I got to create the problems. That's much more fun.
I could totally agree. I think it's a great transition when you go from like sysadmin to security because you know how it's supposed to work. So you definitely know what a broken version looks like. I think that's the
Absolutely.
way I look at it. I also have here that you're a badge life enthusiast. That's awesome. I
Oh yeah.
too am a big fan of badge life. You are responsible for like the IoT burning booster shit on. So
Yes.
super cool. Very cool. Well, I think I have one in my collection back at home, and then
Awesome.
finally I got here that you love reading cyberpunk. Is that like a whole like a genre of comic? Is that what it is?
It's a genre of science fiction books and other science
Science
fiction too.
fiction. Nice. Well, very cool. Well, with that, Shay, what I'll do is we're going to go ahead and do our awesome little transition. We'll get you started. Sound great?
Awesome.
Basically, after this, I'll let you take over. So
All right.
enjoy, everybody. And Shay, let's do this.
All right. Welcome everyone to my talk titled "Adventures in Perimeterless Homelabbing." This is going to be a completely new talk that I haven't ever given this talk before, and this is actually my first time ever doing a full length 1 hour talk. So hope everyone enjoys the ride as much as I have. So a little bit of background for myself again. Currently, I do security for big tech with a software development and sysadmin background via consulting. Currently, I break things for money, and I host an unwise amount of services in my house, which is the combination of those two things is basically how I got this talk. And one of my big passions as a security person is usable security. That is a very key word there. To borrow a joke from everyone's favorite security Twitter account, if you don't make a system usable and secure, the user will make it usable and insecure. So you'll notice that a sub-theme of this talk is definitely going to be focusing on user experience. Now, for a home lab, you might say, well, that doesn't matter as much because it's just me. Well, I do live with other people. I do have, I give people access to some stuff. So I care about usability for them, and you definitely care about usability when you start to think about deploying this kind of thing across an entire org. So quick disclaimer, I'm going to talk about specific software and technologies in addition to like just general concepts. I don't have any relationship with any of the projects I'm going to talk about, and I definitely am not representing anyone, especially not my employer. So let's talk a little bit about just the background. So if you don't know what a home lab is, I'm going to borrow a slide from a different talk I gave. Home lab is a justification for a higher power bill and a better internet connection, or a fantastic way to learn how to administer things. And my favorite version, 100% homegrown, organic, cruelty-free technical debt. You should check out the talk if you don't know what a home lab is. You can get the link off my website or off of these slides. And you should also check out r/HomeLab, where people post how awesome their setups are that I will never be able to match because they are spending way more time than I have on it. So let's talk about what a home lab looks like. So you have a typical network with a home lab. You've probably seen some variant of this diagram a million zillion times. So you've got a normal network with some PCs, and then you're hosting some kind of service. Let's say you got a media server, so you can watch all of your legally acquired Creative Commons media. And of course, you don't want random people on the internet to be able to access your media. Maybe you don't want them to exploit it. Maybe you just don't want them to steal all your bandwidth. And you do a smart thing, and you stick everything behind your border firewall, which probably just means some router running a NAT service. You're not running some fancy level 7 firewall, but maybe you are, because this is Home Lab, so we do like to over-engineer things. And you've also probably heard people like me yell at you that NAT isn't a security feature. So maybe you upgrade your router to something fancy in enterprise and get some VLAN set up and isolate everything. So now you've got limited ingress from your desktop network to your services network, and now you're really getting Home Lab on this. But of course, then you think, well, this is great, but I can't access anything outside my house, and I'd like to be able to stream all my stuff while I'm waiting for my takeout. And you could just forward a port like a normal person. But I don't really trust the security of these like DIY services, and we're home labbing, which means we got to over-engineer things. It's no fun if we just do it the easy way. And I'm sure you know the answer to this already. Use a VPN, and the VPN gets traffic past the security perimeter, and then you can stream your stuff to your heart's content. And so VPN solved every possible remote access problem with perfect convenience and security, and we can all go home now. Just kidding. So this is somewhat tangential and going to be somewhat less important for obvious reasons. But so imagine you're at like a friend's place. I know. And you want to watch a movie off your server on their media center PC. They have hooked up to their TV. But we've already said our only remote access is a VPN. And, you're not going to go download OpenVPN, download the certificate and whatever onto their media center PC. They just want to watch a movie. And, maybe you've got some custom certificate authority they'll have to trust, and you got to make a bunch of modifications that it's a pain in the butt. So, and even if you did all that, you don't really want your creds sitting on their machine. You'd have to rotate everything after that. That's annoying too. And, you could say, well, I'll just stick it on, keep a certificate on a flash drive or something, but that's also, something could steal that. That's not really trustworthy. So you can solve some of that with like a YubiKey or a crypto dongle, because the crypto happens on the device. So once you yank out the dongle, the key is gone. But what about the software, right? You'd have to install a custom VPN program and configure that and get your whatever. And, you don't want to do that. So my attempt at answering that question, how do I do that? How do I solve that problem, is how I got into the real subject of this talk. And that would be what I'm going to call perimeterless networking, as opposed to zero trust networking. And I'm going to draw a small distinction there, mostly because this is a home lab and we're going to relax a little bit on the security constraints. So, let's talk about what zero trust networking is, because it's, I'm sure you've all heard this, this super popular buzzword. It's all the rage now. So imagine you've got this like standard corporate network. There's like a web application, a database the web app talks to, maybe some other servers, and you do what a normal network admin will do, and you start setting up some VLANs and use those as your security boundaries. So, you got your desktop network, you got your internet, you got a service network, maybe if you're really good, you'll have like, a web app network and then a data, a file sharing network and have some more firewalls or whatever. But more importantly, that's not a zero trust network, right? That's the buzzword we're talking about. So a zero trust network would have, individual security perimeters for everything. And you'd have, every individual request, every individual connection would be end-to-end authenticated and authorized. And doing that is actually deceptively complicated. So imagine, someone wants to talk to a web app. Right? So the web app authenticates the user and it goes to the database to ask it for information. And in a normal network, the database would just hand it over. But in a truly zero trust network, the database wouldn't just trust the web server. It would demand the web server prove that A, it's got the right identity, and B, that it's actually acting on behalf of a legit user, and then do its own authentication and authorization controls to make sure it's retrieving the correct data. And the reason that, everyone says, oh, zero trust is a buzzword, is that doing that is actually really, 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 really hard. And I'm definitely not going to be able to accomplish that, fiddling with stuff in my home lab. So let's do a little bit of scope restriction. Plus, even beyond that, a lot of software just isn't set up to do that. So what we really want to do is maximize the impact of our changes, and that would be eliminate the security perimeter at the network edge. In other words, we want to treat the desktops on our local network the same as we would treat something mobile over the internet. So our only security perimeter then just becomes the, our server room or our home lab area where we've got actual services. And that means our solution has to be both convenient enough for local people, right? They have to be able to, use that every day constantly without complaining, oh, I got to enter my password 6 times and use 3 different crypto dongles and 10 different programs to access anything. And it has to be secure enough that you can put this on the internet without thinking that someone's going to break into it. And all of that has to work with your existing applications. So that kind of sounds like I'm asking to have my cake and eat it too, right? So one answer, of course, would be to migrate everything to the cloud, right, and pay someone else to deal with it, right? Because if I, pay Microsoft to handle my email, then I can probably assume that they're going to handle email correctly, or at least, if they don't, then it's not my problem. But this is home lab. We want to host everything on our house, otherwise it wouldn't be home lab; it would just be lab. So on top of that, if you're going to apply this in an enterprise context, there's a million reasons why you can't just throw stuff on the cloud. So let's think about how we can actually do this in house. So VPN, right? So this whole presentation started with me saying that we don't really want to trust individual applications to be directly exposed to the internet. So we'll need some kind of like proxy or some kind of middleware that we can stick in front of them that we do trust. Now, I tried a bunch of stuff. I'm going to group it into like sort of 3 categories to handle this sort of thing. That would be mutual TLS, just regular, an access proxy, which I'll get to in a moment, and mesh VPNs, which are kind of cool. And as a side benefit, what I want to achieve, in addition to just eliminating the whole VPN concept, is get strong SSO for everything, to centralize my access controls, and hopefully leverage hardware security somewhere in there. Because the idea of using hardware security is that we can get, you can reduce the amount of user burden to achieve the same level of security because the hardware is providing some of it. And the other side benefits of doing this is if you've got some application in your environment that's like a special snowflake and it only accepts 8-character alphanumeric passwords that aren't case sensitive, you can stick it behind whatever this is. And hopefully if it's compatible, then you can bypass its, crazy weak authentication system and still provide strong security. And centralizing the access controls lets you get insights into, how people are using it, do anomaly detection. Why is this guy accessing every application at once? Something like that. And then to wrap it all together, hopefully, if you do have some kind of hardware security in line, you can make your users really happy by telling them they either don't need a password anymore, or whatever password they have can be relatively weak. They don't have to change, use a 20-character randomly generated password that changes every 3 months or something. So first one I'm going to talk about is mutual TLS. So this is the simplest one to set up, right? TLS is the protocol for pretty much securing pretty much everything over the internet. HTTPS, whatever. And it's supported mutual authentication since it started. So the way you implement this is pretty simple. You just give every user a certificate from your enterprise CA. You stick a reverse proxy in front of your web apps, tell it to, demand a client certificate. And then you can make access control decisions based on certificate properties. So, the common name could be the user email, and then you can make access controls based on that. Or you could even use EKU fields. So certificates can have fields in them that encode what kind of permissions they have. This one can be, the default ones are like, this can be a client certificate, this can be a server certificate, but there's nothing stopping you from saying, in order to access this application, you must have the custom this application access server certificate or client certificate field. And then your reverse proxy can forward whatever the details you've decided to make access control decisions on based onto the web application, and there's your single sign-on. And the security is really good on that, right? Because your unauthenticated attack surface is basically nothing. Certificate parsing routines are basically the only thing you can attack, and those are pretty mature. If you want to, implement hardware security, you just pick any certificate hardware security solution. That's YubiKey, smart cards, TPMs. Pretty much anything with PKCS11 support you can do this with. And then your MFA is that whatever you pick demands a PIN from the user. The user enters their PIN before it signs the TLS challenge, and there's your MFA. And as a side benefit, your keys never are in main memory, so they can't be stolen. And that looks pretty simple. You got some connection from somewhere. It can be local. It could be the internet. Again, the whole point of this is that we don't care, right? Because if we were caring about local versus not local for most cases, then we wouldn't be bothering with this. We would just use VPN. And the whole idea is that we want the access control method to be both secure enough that we can put it on the internet and not panic, when we start seeing connections start hitting it from people we don't expect. And we want it to be convenient enough that, users won't find ways to bypass it or complain or just not do work because they can't access things. And hopefully you've already done the PKI part of this, right? In a home lab, maybe you haven't, maybe you're doing things ad hoc, but in enterprise, you almost certainly have a PKI already. So hopefully you can just distribute the certificates and get this working. And assuming you have the available budget and the available expertise, you could even stick it on the hardware devices, like I said, and there's your second factor. And then you have mutual TLS to get onto your perimeter proxy, your bastion proxy, and they'll get prompt when the user wants to talk to it. They'll get prompted for a pin, like I said, and there's your MFA. And the bastion proxy might look up in a directory service, does this user get to access this application, like LDAP or something, and make some access control decisions to check, and then it forwards it on. And you would want to, it's not strictly required, but you would want to use mutual TLS to get to the application, because then the application is going to be trusting the bastion proxy that it's correct. So otherwise, if you didn't do this, then anyone who could talk to the application proxy could just pretend to be whoever they wanted to. And the bastion proxy is going to forward the user's name, pick a header of fluidexample.com, and then the application proxy will then translate this into whatever authentication the web app is actually expecting. Maybe it wants it in a header, maybe it wants it some other way. And then presto, you get seamless SSO. And that's, again, the reason we want to do mutual TLS on both ends of the bastion proxy, because otherwise anyone who could bypass the bastion proxy could impersonate any user, and you don't want that. So pretty simple client implementation specifics. Windows does actually support generating certificates on the TPM directly. If you check my website, I actually wrote up how to do that because it was a little bit hard to figure out. Browsers will then use the system certificate store, so there you go. On Linux, you can give the browser a PKCS11 module that works on the TPM. I believe the TPM working group itself publishes this module, so that's pretty well supported. On macOS, I couldn't find a way to use the T2, so your users on Macs will be sad. And other than that, you can always issue YubiKeys, assuming you have the budget for this. Your reverse proxy will probably be something like Nginx with auth request, which is it's a module that lets you make secondary requests to determine whether or not to allow a first request through. So the request would come in to the bastion proxy. It would parse out the user's certificate. It would then make a request to some kind of access control server, and the access control server would then say, oh, the user with this certificate common name and these characteristics wants to access this application. Do I let it through? Yes, no. And that's how you would achieve your centralized access controls. So why aren't we just doing that is the real question. And number one, things in a browser, things that don't run in a browser won't work. Although you can sort of get around this with stunnel and SNI. Stunnel is a program that basically just tunnels other TCP connections over TLS, and then SNI lets you route things at server name indication. So that's sort of how you can get around it. It's a little bit awkward to do depending on the platform, so not great. PKIs are actually kind of hard in practice. Yes, I said everyone probably has one, but you also probably aren't manually issuing certificates onto specific hardware modules to every user. That's a lot harder than just using 80 computer certificates and issuing them to web applications or whatever as needed. Like I said, not everything supports mutual TLS. I actually found when I was playing with this that a lot of mobile browsers just don't support it. And that was kind of crazy to me. Like, I assumed that everything would support mutual TLS because it's part of the TLS spec. But for instance, at least when I tried it, Firefox Mobile just doesn't support mutual TLS. Like, you can install the certificate on the device and it just says, I don't know what this is. I can't do anything with it. Even on system browsers, like on iOS, there's a long-standing bug in Safari where you cannot use WebSockets over a mutual TLS connection. And that's just how it is. And there are workarounds for it, but it just doesn't work very well. And the other problem is that your authentication is kind of inflexible, right? You're either letting them onto you're letting them making a connection or you're not. There's no alternate authentication mechanism or something like that. It's either they have the certificate or they don't. And of course, MFA itself is not being really enforced by the server. You're relying on the smart card to be available, number one, but number two, well behaved. And all of this sort of combines to create a kind of a bad UX, especially in edge cases. So the user experience is they prompted for their smart card pin when they first connect. Hopefully it gets cached, but you may or may not even have the ability to control that. If they don't have their smart card, they just don't get access. It won't even negotiate a connection for them. And if there's a problem, what they'll get is a generic browser error message about not being able to negotiate a TLS connection. They won't get, a nice click here to access the help desk link. They won't get click here to reset your password. It's just, no connection. And it makes self-service very hard because, first of all, of course, if services are protected by MTLS and you can't negotiate MTLS, then you can't self-service your MTLS credential. But also, let's say you are in the field and you do, your certificate isn't working or something like that, and you do need to self-service reset your password, quotes. What you can't do it, you can't. It's very difficult to do that over the internet. It's very easy to do it in over a trusted network, or to do it in person. But to issue them a new smart card, where you got to mail them a new smart card, they don't have access to your applications for a month. I mean, the user experience is just not very good. So I started looking for more advanced solutions, and I came across a privileged access management first, and then access proxies as sort of a similar thing. So that's sort of a modernized version of this. So let's talk about privileged access management solutions, and sort of that leads into the real meat, which is an access proxy. So a privileged access management solution, if you've ever heard of Teleport, that's sort of what I'm getting at here. So basically the idea is that they're very popular for like cloud workloads. And the reason they're popular for those is that, you've got a bunch of servers you need to manage access to, and they let you centralize your access controls, because otherwise you have people distributing SSH keys or something ad hoc. And the idea is that they provide centralized MFA and ACLs for what is typically SSH connections for hosts. They'll act as a bastion, so you don't have to open port 22 everywhere, and they'll provide, usually provide logging and so on. So the idea of an access proxy, right? So this is sort of like a perimeterless solution for SSH, let's say. And the idea of an access proxy is that we're going to take that idea where, you've got some centralized, usually web-based application that lets you then farm out connections to other places. And we're going to use that for everything. So you've got, the user wants to talk to some application, and there's an access proxy in the center. And this is like a modernized, more flexible version of a mutual TLS setup. So there's, the access proxy in the center, and it's using the same principles as the PAM solution. So, you've got a proxy that has some kind of integrated web application, or it farms it out to, another web application through, single sign-on type protocols. And the access proxy handles login and access control rules and session management, and potentially even self-service. And then that will then forward traffic to the application itself if it wants to. So, you can use this to allow more complicated authentication scenarios. For instance, you can use U2F or WebAuthn, you can use TOTP, hardware tokens, SMS, email, anything you can think of. And more importantly, it can allow multiple paths and self-service, because you're already talking to this web application, right? So you can say, well, you are within our physical, you're on our physical network, so we won't prompt you for your second factor as many times. Or, you forgot your password, click here to email yourself a password reset link. Or your hardware token isn't working, so click here to use the alternate login method. And a lot of these support very fine-grained authentication. So like, you can have, yes, no based on user, groups. You could have, based on prefixes. So like, the admin portion of this application is only accessible to users with a specific group, whereas the rest of the application is available to other users. You can work on access. You can work on source IP address. Some of them even support access patterns, where like, you're making a lot of requests. We're going to start prompting you for your password more to make sure you're not, compromised. And I ended up playing with two different, off-the-shelf access proxies, or similar things. One of them is Pomerium, which is what's called an identity-aware proxy. So it's literally a proxy that sits in front of your, sits in line with your HTTPS requests, and it handles both proxying and access controls, and it farms out user login via OIDC. So you give it an OpenID Connect provider. That's like if you've ever used login with Google or something like that, that's OpenID. So, you log in with a separate account system, and it reports back to Pomerium, this is the user, I've authenticated them, this is, what groups they're in or whatever. And it's open source. They do have a contact us for pricing thing, which makes me kind of nervous, but they promise that the current free version will remain free. So it's good enough for me right now. There's also Authelia, which is just the access control component. So it actually has to be integrated into an existing reverse proxy. So like, for instance, again, Nginx with auth request is how they recommend using it. This one handles authentication itself via LDAP or from its local database. And they're just like the other one, it's open source. And this one appears to be free with no, future monetization model. So if you're worried about having the rug pulled out from under you in terms of payment, that might be a good place to start. Both of them support WebAuthn, which is the new web authentication standard. And both of them support complex access control rules, like, this path is available to this user, but not these other users, and so on. And they're both Homelab friendly. I deploy both of them in my Homelab with very little difficulty. So how do they work in practice? The answer is it's sort of like running the mutual TLS version, at least at a network layer. And the difference is how the user flow works. So it again, if you go back to the user flow, there's this like back and forth. These are actual requests, and not just in TLS where, as part of negotiating the TLS connection, it actually sends this credentials. And that lets you, again, be more flexible and a bit more user friendly. So let's see how this looks like again. So you've got, a regular TLS connection, not a mutual TLS connection, because it's just acting like a regular web app. And then the Bastion proxy or the access proxy will talk to the service, the directory service, and it'll ask them to log in, and they'll log in, maybe with an MFA or something, and then it'll just pass it along, again, using mutual TLS, because you want to be able to provide SSO, and the way you provide SSO is you have the access proxy forward over their username, so the application can then, provide the right views or whatever based on their user. So benefits of an access proxy over pure mutual TLS, again, it's more flexible, and it provides much better support for self-service, and it can be more flexible on authorization. So for instance, if there's suspicious access patterns or you're accessing from a different country, you can then say, okay, well, wait a sec, I know you already logged in, but we're going to terminate your session early and make you log in again. More importantly, it doesn't rely on the browser support for anything that I guess counts as weird, like MTLS, and it doesn't rely on the OS's support for hardware tokens. It's just a web app, so you log in with username and password, and maybe it texts you a link or emails you texts you a code or emails you a link, or maybe it you use TOTP, a Google Authenticator, and either way, this is all just pure browser stuff. So you're not worried about does my mobile browser support the same thing? Do I have to issue everyone a certificate, whatever? And again, the user experience is way better because it's more flexible. It's much easier to route to self-service credential management. And most importantly, your error pages can be intelligible to users. So when they call up the help desk saying, hey, I don't have access to this thing, they can say, I'm trying to access this, and the page says to call this number and access, request access, and not, why is my browser giving me a weird error message I don't understand? Now, it's not perfect, of course. There are caveats, right? So you've got it's similar to mutual TLS. It's hard to integrate with non-browser solutions. You can sort of hack things together with custom headers and custom cookie stuff, but it's harder. It doesn't work at all for non-HTTP protocols, obviously. So the solution to this problem, like for instance, Google, which is the original big Beyond Corp quotes zero trust system, is theirs, and they use basically what is SOCKS proxy over HTTPS. So they basically reinvented a VPN. And maybe you could use instead a separate privilege access management solution. So maybe you deploy, let's say, Pomerium as your access proxy for web stuff, and then Teleport as your access proxy for SSH. So then you've got multiple applications. It's kind of weird. And ultimately, you are now exposing a web app to the internet, right? It's a limited focus web app, and hopefully it's hardened, because that's the idea. But you better make sure it's secure and up to date, right? Because if you don't, you end up with something like the Pulse Secure VPN. If you were paying attention at all to that, that was it was an SSL VPN solution that had a web component, and there was a ton of holes in the web component. And pwning the web component meant you pwned the VPN, so you just had everyone's credentials. And this VPN actually made the companies that were using it less secure, because there was this single point of failure that once they pwned it, it's just over. So the lesson there is that you do have to pay attention and make sure that whatever you are exposing the internet is hardened and secure and up to date. So now let's talk about the last option I played with, and that was a mesh VPN. So wait a sec, I thought we were trying to get rid of VPNs, right? Well, first, so in my home lab, I don't really care about risks of unknown devices, because it's not like there's a million users I have to keep track of all the right devices or whatever. It's just me and maybe some other people. Now, for an enterprise, on the other hand, you have a very strict control over whose devices are accessing stuff, right? You don't want your employees accessing your corporate resources from random other people's computers anyway. So having to install stuff on their device in order to use the VPN is not really a problem. But let's talk about the other disadvantages of a VPN and why, what maybe we can try and solve here. So, right, let's talk about what is typical enterprise VPN setup. You're right, you've got some road warrior client that has to connect to an internal service, so it runs a VPN program. And, maybe it's the built-in one, maybe it's like the Cisco client or something. And the idea, of course, that it tunnels the connection through some kind of strongly mutually authenticated tunnel, like TLS or IPsec or WireGuard. And it goes through this VPN concentrator appliance that unwraps the connections, and then after that, it's on the network and it can talk to things normally. So why are we unsatisfied with this, right? So first is that there's a single point of failure in the VPN concentrator. Like I said, with that Pulse thing, that gets owned, you're done. And even if you do some kind of HA configuration and whatever to take care of its availability, there's still, again, it gets pwned, you lose. So anyway, so now imagine you have a modern, complicated enterprise, because you probably, if you're a big enough company, you probably don't just have one office, right? It's not single homed. You've got some offices, you got a data center, you maybe got some cloud VPCs, and your workers are going to need a secure connection to all of them, right? Not just, their home office, because maybe they got some files hosted somewhere else and they got to access this cloud service and whatever. So the way that gets handled on a traditional VPN is, right, log into maybe it's a central data center, maybe it's the local office, and the VPN concentrator then goes back out to a site-to-site VPN to talk to the other stuff. So that way, the user can only talk to the user's VPN only supports one connection at a time most of the time. So that's the only way to handle like, oh, I want to get through this VPN to talk to other things. And that works, but you get a lot of added latency, and it can be kind of hard to manage all the access control rules and so on. So let's talk about how a mesh VPN might solve this problem. So what a mesh VPN is that you ditch your VPN concentrators and your site-to-site VPNs, and instead, just like a perimeterless solution, and instead you run the VPN agent on every host that needs to be on the VPN, and they all connect to each other just like magic, basically. There's going to be a coordinator server involved usually, but in terms of actual connections, they're all direct. And your mesh VPN gives you this sort of magical private WAN that all of your services and clients can connect to directly, and only your services and clients can connect to. So it's like being on the internet, but it's only, if your clients and your users were the only people on the internet. And it's great in theory, but in my experience, a lot of these aren't super mature and really aren't designed for what I want, which is like, true single sign-on and everything. So for instance, I played with Zero Tier, which is a free solution for this sort of thing. And again, every client generates a certificate, and they connect to this global WAN that's using their certificate as their IP address. You join if you want to make a network, you make a network controller that has the same kind of IP address and same kind of certificate. And you identify the network by the controller's public key. The controller could issue ACLs and then, lets you into the network or not. So for instance, you join the network, a service has also joined the network. The controller issues ACLs that says, users with this kind of user can talk to this service. And it can be really complicated. Like you can assign tags, you can assign data to clients, and you can make access control decisions based on the tags or the data. And then network ACLs in Zero Tier are actually really cool because they're actually enforced by each endpoint. So instead of having some kind of firewall, and then you can't trust that anything past the firewall will be obeying the firewall rules, they're enforced by the Zero Tier client itself, and signed, based on signed data from the controller, so they can't be spoofed. So the net result of that is that you can rely on access controls issued by the network as if they were perfectly enforced everywhere. And hypothetically, you could go further on this and do things like bind IPs to LDAP and then make access control decisions based on those, since again, IPs, like everything else in this, are designed to be unspoofable because they're all authenticated by the controller. Your IP address then becomes equivalent to a unique user identity as long as you listen only on a Zero Tier interface, and then you can make access control decisions that way. So there's like something there that you could do, but this is all custom. You would not be able to do this, and more importantly, network ACLs are automatically distributed in Forest. It'll tunnel any layer 3 protocol. So it's actually providing layer 2 connectivity. So meaning that you don't even have to run IP. You could run Apple Talk or something over this if you wanted to. And the whole idea is that it just works across complicated network topologies. Everything can discover each other, and it uses NAT hole punching and all the other fancy modern technologies to get around weird networks, and everything just talks to each other. And again, you could bind IP to LDAP for user identification. So for each incoming connection, you LDAP look up their IP address and then make access control decisions based on what's in LDAP. But I didn't end up using this, even though it does seem really cool. And there are 3 reasons for that. Number 1 was no MFA support, right? So not only do you have this certificate, but they only use specific certificates that it generates, and it doesn't support hardware tokens. So you can't even inject MFA that way. So I would still end up having to log in because you need MFA, and that defeats the point. It has very poor integration with existing directory systems. There basically isn't any. You'd have to script it yourself. And I played with it, and the software was just immature enough that I didn't want to actually deploy it. So the Android app would just crash all the time or whatever. It's supposedly gotten better. Please don't take this as an indictment of the Zero Tier guys. They're making a very cool thing. It's just it didn't mesh with what I wanted it to do. And I certainly, again, in its current state, wouldn't consider it enterprise ready to deploy on endpoints. Although I do know of people who are using it as sort of like a VXLAN type solution. So their site-to-site VPNs are done this way. But it just isn't there yet. I'm watching it with interest because I want to move that way eventually, but it's not there yet. So what did I actually end up using? Because this is sort of the key point is, what's actually usable, both from a perspective of security and from a perspective of usability. And what I actually ended up with is this. So I've got an Nginx sitting on my edge for reasons I'll get to in a moment. And Nginx forwards connections mostly to Pomerium, which is the access proxy I mentioned earlier. I've got Keycloak, which is a really cool authorization server. It supports SAML and OIDC as its actual login system, and then you can use basically anything you want to as a user backend. So, you can store users and passwords directly on it. You can store them in LDAP. You can have people log into any, social identity provider you can think of. It'll support it. You can have people log in via mutual TLS, which I may end up deploying for certain things. There's like a million ways to interact with it. It's basically designed to be the central authentication hub for your network. And I actually put that behind Pomerium because, Keycloak is a fairly complicated web application. It's written in Java. It's like uses up a surprising amount of memory too. And what I did is I identified just the login endpoints and I put those as public in Pomerium because you can identify areas as public in Pomerium. And those you can access without being logged in. But in order to, let's say access the administration console, I stuck that behind Pomerium just for extra security. So then once you're inside the network, traffic is mutually authenticated using my internal CA, whereas the traffic coming in from the WAN or from the LAN, I'm actually using just a Let's Encrypt certificate, so that way I don't have to install anything on any computers. Now, my Keycloak server is actually set up to use WebAuthn for passwordless authentication, which means that when I go to log into something, all I have to use is my biometrics or my YubiKey and then my PIN, and then I'm logged in. And I'll show you how cool that is, assuming that it works over the screen share. And then after login, everything gets passed to the applications, which either terminate the mutual TLS directly or might be behind their own copy of Nginx, depending on if they support that. And the Nginx instance will also do the second Nginx instance, will also do any translation like enabling SSO. So for instance, Pomerium will only make a specific, will only include the user identity in a specific header, and the receiving application may not support that specific header name, so I use Nginx to translate it. And I do run some things that don't work for this, right? They're either not a web app or they're a thick client or something like that. So I use the ingress Nginx to translate. And that may even mean just bypassing Pomerium entirely. So for instance, it uses the Home Assistant API. So Home Assistant is a self-hosted home automation server. And it uses that to forward authorize connections from the mobile app because the mobile app doesn't work with Pomerium. So that way it, connects to, whenever it gets a connection that looks like it's from the Home Assistant mobile app, instead of going through Pomerium, it just bypasses it and asks if the mobile app's token is correct and then lets it in through Pomerium. Now, this is I guess you could call it cheating, but it's secure enough in that the mobile app's token is this long random token. So I'm considering that secure enough as long as I implement the authentication correctly, which I hopefully have. Now, since every different thick client and every different, web app and every different non-web app is a little bit different in how it authenticates, this is basically the bulk of the work. It's not setting up all the, setting up Pomerium and Keycloak, because those are mostly turnkey Docker containers. The question is, how do I do stuff that doesn't just fit in the mold of, I'm accessing this in a browser and I'm accessing this web app. So let's talk about doing that a little more. So that, again, the happy path is for browser apps with built-in external auth support. So for those, I'm just going to access them in a browser. I just access them through Pomerium. Pomerium forwards over the correct information, either directly or through an Nginx translator, and then it just works. I log in and then we're good. So alternatively, some services don't even have authentication. Maybe I've just got a dashboard that shows the weather or something. I don't need to authenticate that. So I can just rely on mutual TLS, and there you go. Right? Get the browser talks to Pomerium. Pomerium uses mutual TLS and to talk to the backend, and then everything's happy. But let's talk about some less happy paths. So what if you've got a browser and an app without external authentication support? Maybe it only accepts a cookie or it only accepts a form post. So my solution for this is basically to use Nginx's Lua support to check if there's an existing session cookie, and if not, it logs the user in by simulating a post request. And then your first request comes in, the Nginx will then simulate a post request and then come back with both the result of the main request and the cookie. And in order to do that, Nginx needs to know the credentials for the user. So ideally, you'd store this in some kind of secrets management solution, but I didn't. I'm lazy. This is a home lab. In real world, you obviously would, but whatever. And in my experience, this can be very annoying to get right, and especially if the application in question has a weird login flow, but it works. And I do this after the access proxy layer, of course, because I don't want people to be able to talk to my web apps without being logged in. And the other unhappy path is, what if it's the reverse? You've got a thick client and an app with external lock supports. So there's for instance, some mobile apps for some of the services I host, they don't support client certificates, they don't support browser login, they only support username and password, and it just specifically expects to be posting the login. So what I did for these is I actually re-implemented the login system in Nginx Lua as sort of like a fake CGI, or you could just use actual CGI for this. So then when the browser app thinks it's talking to the mobile app, or the mobile app thinks it's talking to the main web app. It's actually just talking to Nginx, and that's handling authentication. And then if Nginx accepts your authentication, it passes it on. Now, wait a sec, you're bypassing the whole point of this. Yes. So the way I achieve an acceptable level of security with this is, number one, fail to ban and stuff to prevent brute force. And number two, because this is a thick client where the user doesn't have to log in constantly, what I do is I issue each device that wants to do this a unique username and password combination where the password is some, long 64-character string. So this is equivalent to storing not quite a certificate, but let's say a shared secret, where, the likelihood of someone brute forcing this is basically nothing. The likelihood of it being guessed is basically nothing. And I don't remember it, right? I don't put it in my password manager or anything. I just put it in the mobile app and I put it in Nginx and I'm done. So it's not stored anywhere and there's very little risk of it. So this is a selective bypass, of course. If you access from the browser, you get the regular login flow. And this isn't perfect, right? A better solution would have been to use Nginx to authenticate against Pomerium using a service account, because Pomerium supports that kind of thing. But it's good enough for my lab. So now the very unhappy path is, what if you have a non-HTTP service? I want to SSH into my server, or I want to use CIFS to talk to my NAS. Right. Most things are HTTP, but not everything is. And the answer to this is, I don't really have an answer, unfortunately. The best I could come up with, and I was sort of playing with this before this talk, but I didn't have anything finished enough to share, is tunneling TCP over WebSockets. But I don't have any concrete way of doing this other than I'm pretty sure that's what Google does. So I'll get back to you guys on, how I end up solving this problem. So let's do a little demo. Everyone likes demos. Let's show what the user experience looks like. I'm going to log in, and hopefully everyone can see my screen. Hopefully everyone can see so this is a Home Assistant again. Home Assistant has a progressive web app. So this is like a web app running in Chrome, and I want to log into it, right? So normally, with Home Assistant, you would log into Home Assistant itself, but I've reconfigured it to accept external login. So in order to log in, I've already got my name saved. So I'll just click login. And now Keycloak, this is Keycloak. So my network path there is Nginx to Pomerium to Keycloak. And it wants me to log in, so I'm going to click login. And hopefully you can see the Windows security dialog. So this is WebAuthn, and I have a fingerprint reader on my computer. So my login consists of me putting my thumb on my fingerprint reader. And now I'm logged in. I didn't enter a password. I didn't have to worry about, taking my phone out to look at MFA. And even though neither of those things are true, that login was stronger than any other solution that you could come up with. For instance, it's WebAuthn credentials can't be phished. WebAuthn credentials are strong cryptographic auth, and you can even identify specific authenticators to do more advanced, we only accept real YubiKeys or something. So you can have two kinds of authenticators. You can have roaming authenticators, which is like a dongle, or you can have platform authenticators like a YubiKey. Platform authenticators like a TPM or the ARM Trust Zone or the T2 on Macs and so on. And those can be used as either a second factor or a first factor with user verification enabled. So every major OS, that is Windows and Mac OS, unfortunately not Linux, although you can sort of fake it on Linux, there's no official support for it, supports it via platform authenticators. So what that means is that your users don't actually have to buy anything. You don't have to buy anything for them, and they barely have to set anything up, especially if you use Windows, because then you can use Windows Hello for Business to integrate it in your existing Active Directory stuff. So if you set this up, your users will be very happy. Please set this up, because as a security person, it makes me happy because they can't get phished, and it will make them happy because they don't have to deal with their passwords anymore. So let's talk about applying this for real, right? This is all home lab. It's cool. Let's talk about doing this in the enterprise. So how are you going to pitch this to people, stakeholders, right? Because, hang on. Yeah. How are you going to pitch this to stakeholders, right? Number one, users will be happier. They don't have to deal with the VPN, and they don't have to spend as much or nearly any, if you use WebAuthn or Hello for Business, time spent typing their passwords in, remembering them, changing them, whatever. You get increased security because you can use cryptographic authentication, and you get fine-grained access controls on everything because you're shuttling all connections through something that is explicitly designed to give you that fine-grainedness. You get reduced support costs, right? Because you don't have to deal with weird VPN issues. You have reduced licensing headaches because how many VPN concentrators do I need? Do I need different user licenses, whatever? So the strategy I would recommend is, of course, get buy-in first. Second, work on SSO, right? If you don't have some kind of central directory service, which is probably AD, but if you don't have that already, you can't really do any of this. So start there. then cover web apps first. That would just be, I'm accessing this in a browser through a web app, because that'll be the easiest to cover. Then you can work on expanding it to non-web apps with either custom titles or custom ingress logic. And the idea is that this will be an iterative process where you expand the coverage of the perimeterless / zero trust solution over time, rather than just deploying it all at once. So an example implementation, let's talk about doing this with full Microsoft, because probably most of you have an Active Directory, and probably most of you already have ADFS of some kind. So let's do it in that realm. So we're going to assume we already have Windows domains. The first thing we're going to do is, of course, federate it to Azure AD. And while you're doing this, you can also deploy Hello for Business, so that your users don't even have to have passwords anymore. They can use Hello for Business, which is the sort of enterprise WebAuthn. And as an aside, that also prevents them from getting phished pretty effectively, so good. And then next, you're going to just use conditional access policies, and those can be very simple to start. That's a feature of ADFS. And that lets you say, we don't have any employees in China, don't allow any connections from China. And you can make them more complicated over time, like using their managed fraud risk detection stuff, where, they will proactively use ML or whatever other magic they do to identify potentially compromised accounts and lock them out. And then finally, once, they log in with Hello for Business, so yay, no passwords. And once they are logged in, they will log in to their web app. Instead of directly, they'll use this Azure AD application proxy, which is another Azure AD service. And this is our, this is our, perimeterless / zero trust thing. And that forwards their info along to the correct application, and it seamlessly logs in. So that login can occur over a VPN with Kerberos. It can occur over SAML, or even with password vaulting, where you store a random password in Azure AD, and it'll log them in for you if it's a web app that doesn't support external auth, or it can just supply a header, and there you go. And Azure AD, unlike Nginx, will automatically log them into forms if there's a form-based login, so that makes it easier. And then again, this means that no matter where they are, they're using this same authentication path, so that's one path to manage. And they get universal SSO, you get universal visibility and logging, and you get fine-grained access controls. And hopefully, assuming you deployed Hello for Business, this is all based on cryptographically verified identities. So this is like, magical Christmas land of security, where, user impersonation is nearly impossible and everyone is very happy. And it sounds too good to be true, and it probably is in practice. You probably won't be able to cover everything. You won't, maybe there'll be some edge cases, but I played with this, and it works pretty well. I would definitely encourage everyone to give this a shot, or something like it, depending on, what your spend budget is and what infrastructure you already have. So implementation notes, again, no matter what you do, this will be very, very, very custom. You almost certainly have services that will require custom logic and an implementation weirdness, but assuming you have the resources, and that may be a big assumption depending on who you work for, I think it's worth it. I think you should use a commercial system if you can, because implementing yourself is a lot of work. Even the stuff that I did, gluing together Pomerium and Nginx, was a lot of work, and having something like the Azure Access Proxy that does it for you, much easier. Cloudflare also just launched an option that's similar to this that also has a free tier, and they will also tunnel non-HTTP services. So if you think, if you've got a lot of non-HTTP services you want to tunnel, you can look at that. And again, while you're doing this, you should use this as an opportunity to deploy modern authentication mechanism, like Hello for Business or WebAuthn and U2F. And doing this will prevent phishing, and it will make users happier, because they won't have to worry about, I must have the 20-character password and change it every 3 months, whatever. So thank you. Thanks for sticking with my talk. I hope you learned something. I hope this inspires people to maybe try this in their lab, or try this in their, their actual environment. Probably try in your lab first, because I think it's just more fun that way. But definitely, I encourage you to at least look at doing this for your your real environment, assuming you have that level of access and control. So I guess I will take questions now in the live chat.
That was super awesome. I like keeping that stuff, because that's something I'm going to figure out to this home, right?
I don't know if I don't know if it's just me, but you're very hard to understand right now.
My audio.
Let's just use that. How does that sound? Is that much better? Okay, yeah, I'm just the internet. Anyways, no, I just want to say that I thought that was actually really cool. because I'm actually looking at doing home myself, and the challenge is how do you do it securely, right? While you're not at home.
Yeah.
It's definitely super cool. So let's see here. Everybody's just saying I sound like a robot. I know I sound like a robot. I live that way. But okay. So I'm just keeping an eye out if we have any questions. Other than that, Shay, you gonna hang out in our track 2 Discord channels, answer anything or interact after. So awesome.
Yep.
So yeah, so we'll go ahead and send you on over that way. And again, thank you for being a guest speaker here with
Thank
Bsides
you.
Orlando. Have a good one.
You too.
All right, everybody. Well, let's take a breather here for a little bit. What I want to do is, first off, I want to remind everybody our awesome sponsors. Um, they are the ones that make this happen for us. And please feel free to visit all of the sponsor channels in Discord. So you can pop in, you can participate in our passport system and collect all of your stamps and get that mailed off. And also just feel free to interact with them. They've all got some pretty cool stuff going on, so check them out. All right. Up next, we actually do have an open slot. And so this is kind of a bit of a break for everybody if they want to take an hour off, go check out some of the other tracks and see what's going on. And we will catch up with everybody at 3:30 Eastern. And again, that is 3:30 Eastern for our talk by Rick Payne. So I'll see everybody then. Alrighty. So, some of you may be wondering where our 230 talk went. Well, as it currently stands, some things happen in life, and right now we have an open hour slot. And with that opportunity, we figured why kind of leave things in dead air when we could continue the conversation, right? We love InfoSec. We want to keep it going, and so we figured we'll pull in a couple of our guest speakers from today. So just here in a second, if you guys are ready, Carlos, thanks for joining, and James, how you guys doing today?
Doing good.
Awesome.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, thanks for kind of jumping in and being a part of this little impromptu little plan here. But we figured let's do something fun with this time. You know, let's kind of have a little 15-20 minute chat about what are we doing with a cybersecurity from a cybersecurity perspective, as far as today versus like last year. Things are so different now when it comes to the threats having to adopt themselves to our new like work from home lifestyle. What kind of things are you seeing that maybe we never really planned or prepared for?
You want to go first, James?
All right, he's serving it over to me. All right, here we go. So, working from home, for me, I've been doing it already for well over a year, working at KnowBe4. So it was just a matter of, kind of just adjusting. But I know even at KnowBe4, we ended up sending all of our folks to work at home. And there was a great tweet that I saw earlier this year, and I need to go back and find it, where it was, what contributed to your business continuity plan, your CISO's budget, or CTO, or COVID? And the common answer was COVID, because so many organizations had to very, very, very quickly initiate those BC plans to be able to let people work from home. And, I think that's where we saw a lot of those servers getting exposed to the internet. We had a lot of people working from home and those distractions. It was kind of that little statement I had in the presentation is people are a lot more vulnerable at home. We're seeing a lot more phishing attacks. We're seeing a lot more of the ransomware attacks because people are at home and they're just trying to get through the workday. They're doing their job, and that phishing email or an email comes in that's phishing, and they just end up falling for it a lot quicker. Because my theory was they don't have their colleague that's in the next cube over or the desk across from them, to go, hey, did you see this strange email from HR or whatever? Granted, some organizations don't really have any type of alerting system where they can, send that email to somebody. A lot more do now, and so that's been one of the big changes, is more security awareness for people at home and getting them to be able to open up those lines of communication. So for me, that's kind of that's where I'm seeing a lot of it from discussions and just what I'm seeing online.
Very cool. What's going on, man?
Sure. Excuse me. So thank you for the opportunity for having the conversation, first of all. And I'm going to tag along a little bit on what James said, on what I agree. And then I have a part where things that I don't agree with the opening statement. One is, I think the conversation now has led us from cybersecurity to cyber resiliency. Right, and we're hearing that a lot, but really it's about that. I remember, 3 years ago, you wouldn't talk to business leaders or CIOs and would think that resiliency, DR, business continuity, however you want to name it, had anything to do with security. Was a DR, different team, and to me, it has everything to do with security. That's what we do, is protect information, protect data, and a DR event can easily lead to a loss of data, so many different crises. Now, the part where I said I wouldn't agree with some things is that I don't think that much has changed. The attacks are the same. People still don't patch. People still don't listen, and that's not. I'm not saying it's the people are at fault, but for this, a lot of that has to do with us and not educating people properly, right? but what are the biggest threats for ransomware? Patching. James mentioned in his session having RDP ports open to the internet. Bad hygiene. We've been talking about this for, I don't know, ever since I've been in IT. So I don't think that much has changed. Granted, I do agree with James and with you that the remote work brings different challenges. We have been doing it for a long time, but not at this scale. For Citizens, where I work, I'm the director of security at Citizens, by the way, proper insurance, because of who we are. So, and who we are, let me tell you who we are real quick, but we are a nonprofit and a state-owned insurance company. We're the insurance of last resort for the citizens of the state of Florida. What does that mean? That means when a hurricane comes in, like this weekend, we have a storm, not a hurricane, but a storm. We are like, I could potentially become Jay Williams right now in that I wouldn't show up for my talk later because I get a call and stop doing what you're doing, right? To respond to the citizens of Florida. Because of that, because of who we are, our resiliency program is so strong. We just had to flip a switch. We were ready. We were ready to send everybody home and work from home. So it's lucky. I mean, it's been a long journey coming for this situation for us to respond, but we tested hard every year, several times, because we have to be there.
Yeah, no, and it's funny. It's something the a lot of us, like you said, I also work from home. I've been working from home for about almost 8 years now, and so this just kind of helped reinforce all that training that I have to work from home. But here's something interesting, and a lot of organizations, I guess, found this out the hard way. Is I was recently in a customer working with them, and they tell me we've never had this many VPN users before, and there's a kind of like a domino effect that happens. So more VPN users means more VPN infrastructure. More VPN infrastructure means more accounts that are now publicly can be used as an external credential, which could potentially map back to maybe a leak that was from somewhere and credential reuse. But that also then internally has an interesting effect. The domino effect then led to analysts in their SIM, and so suddenly they had an influx of data in their SIM that maybe they weren't licensed for, and then that furthermore now suddenly they have more authentication logs that their analysts are having to monitor and they're having to build out around. And so suddenly the organization from an internal perspective saw this kind of effect taking place, and it kind of just took them over, and things had to change and scramble quickly. Potentially that maybe led to hiring of additional InfoSec personnel, which is always a great thing. I hate to attribute it, but this has definitely been a quite resilient industry, and we've found ourselves even being more necessary in sometimes. So I thought that was an interesting weird caveat that only when you're really on the inside of an IT structure do you start to see how things have to scale rapidly to support it, not just technology, but the human factor too. Now, both of you two, we're and including myself, right? We're here in Florida, and you talked about some of those things that we're dealing with, right? We have hurricanes, we have disaster recovery. We need to be able to be resilient. When power goes out and data centers having issues and connection stuff, along with the whole fact that we're moving everything cloud-based, what kind of considerations should we be, taking right now? We've made the leap to remote. Most organizations are staying remote. What are some things? What are those like hard lessons learned in jumping to the cloud? For disaster recovery for here in Florida, but also for where we're at today. What do you guys think?
Well, I think configuration management is the one thing that is very important to me. So you have to figure out how you're gonna manage that and keep your eyes on the your environment, right? And again, this is something you should be doing on-prem too. Part of the session I have later, it's about becoming more agile and pivoting, right? We all had to do that, and what the challenge became about collaboration, right? Yes, we had VPNs, we have any sort of oral Citrix remote access and whatnot, and we generally speaking have done very well with those in the industry. But then now we have Zoom and Teams and WebEx and this thing that I've never used. My son just came in, oh, you're using Discord. I use that every day. I'm like, okay, well, I need you here, right? So how do we protect that? And it's not about security only, it's about privacy. So I work very close with our privacy officer and records management, because now all this become a record, these chats, this thing. When we first roll out our platform, they had all sort of GIF and emoticons and all these things, and records and privacy were like, whoa, compliance, what are we doing here? Especially us being under Sunshine Law, right? So I think, again, a couple of things are the configuration management to make sure you're, an S3 bucket or a blob, it doesn't go wacky all of a sudden, because we're humans at the end of the day and can make mistakes. And number two, protecting the privacy of not only your customers, but your internal employees.
Yeah, so kind of piggybacking off of Carlos, one of the things that we kept seeing, or I kept seeing, one of the things that I do with KnowBe4, kind of give you a background, is we comment on articles that get released from a variety of different publications. So they'll come to us and go, hey, you got any comments for such and such? It's one of my favorite aspects of my new role, except giving presentations. But and one of the things I kept seeing a lot of was these exposed S3 buckets or exposed databases sitting in cloud infrastructure. And I think a lot of people had the same thought that organizations had 15 to 20 years ago. And I am dating myself when I say that. And I remember that when they would put in a firewall and then they would get hacked. And they would sit there and go, but we had a firewall, how come we got hacked? And it's, did you configure it? And they would dumbfounded, configure it. I thought we just plugged it in, thinking the silver bullet. And cloud is another, and I see cloud as another one of those silver bullets where organizations are going to it and going, this is going to take care of all of our problems. We just pay them, they take care of it for us. And they throw the data or the application, the containers, whatever up there, and they're not really putting enough security aspects or enough configurations into it with regards to identity access management, restricting the access. You mentioned about the VPNs coming in, and I'm hoping on VPNs, when you're coming into that front door, I'm hoping there's an MFA on that VPN and it's not just a username and a password, because a lot of organizations just think, oh, we got a VPN or we got a firewall. That's your front door. If you're not going to secure your front door, you cannot be surprised when the bad guys break in and steal your 75-inch TV and all your computers and the jewelry. And if you don't lock up your jewelry and don't secure your other devices, they're going to get stolen. And I continually see that on a regular basis. It's continually happening, but organizations are doing a better job overall. But healthcare and education are still two big targets, because they just they're limited in their resources and limited. We can go through and say patch, but they've got to go through regulations and other requirements. I know Carlos has got it with the banking, but with healthcare and energy, and there's all the PCI, all those regulations out there, and being able to test it, and that all takes time, and people end up getting burned. And 3 months from now, somebody gets hit on the Citrix CVE exploit that was out there, and everyone's like, "Oh, why didn't they patch?" It's like, I have no doubt they don't want to leave themselves exposed, but either they didn't care or they couldn't get it patched because they were too busy. They had other procedures or things to get through before, getting there, and unfortunately got caught. So
And it's a defense in that type of deal, right?
Oh,
I was going to mention identity and access management. I'm glad you did. Jonathan mentioned it very briefly, but I think that's the one thing right now that you need to focus on your program. I know for us, it is such an important program that is an enterprise level key strategic initiative. So I have to report that program for 3 years. We're on year and a half now. And you mentioned MFA, but what happens with ransomware or any sort of attack, privilege escalation? You gotta have that also under control, your privileges and your vaults and your keys. The key management is another big one, yeah.
Don't get me wrong, MFA is not the silver bullet either.
Right.
My good friend and shameless plug, Roger Grimes, just wrote a book called Hacking Multi-Factor Authentication. He's got like 50 ways. Roger, I get 10% of the cuts off of your book sales from now. But
sounds like a deal.
well, no, he's going to give me a cut. But no, Hacking MFA, I mean, it's a thick book. But, you know, it's not just like everything else in security, everything we've learned over the last 20, 30 years. You know, every time the bad guys come up with a new way and we plug that hole in the dam, they're finding another way to break in or another way to do it. So MFA is one part.
Absolutely.
It's because security, we all know, security is all about reducing the risk. And if, you know, we can put MFA, it reduces a little more. You know, if we still get breached and they're, you know, stealing those session keys or, you know, sim jacking, or I'm only on page 25 of the book, but, you know, another week I should be okay. But, you know, just being able to, you know, reduce the risk even more by using MFA is one part. But yeah, with regards to IAM, it's limiting the exposure, limiting the risk. That's what we're all trying to do.
I don't know what you guys think about also MFA is, you know, it's a must do. It's like, you know, it's like insurance policy. You have to have it. Hope you don't use it, but you have to have it. But I've been thinking a lot about lately, especially on maybe customer facing type of deals or short engagements, about one-time passwords. You get your password and it's gone, you're locked out, kind of zero trust kind of deal. But I also read an article on LinkedIn by Jerry Perolo, the CISO at NASDAQ, I believe it's the exchange and stuff, about that. Any thoughts on that, Jonathan or James? So moving from you know, your MFA password and something else to just a one-time password, and then you're done. Your account is disabled until you need it again.
So just using OTP for authentication?
So like it's generated that one time, and then if you need to authenticate again, you have to go out and get a whole nother one.
Get another authentication?
But I would, if anything, I would be more concerned about what's the mechanism to retrieve it in the first place, because then as long as that process to retrieve it can't be performed by somebody else.
Right.
You know, something interesting is there's other opportunities I've seen out there. For instance, some European countries are doing their entire government identity, health records, all that stuff based off of their access cards, similar to our military CNC cards.
Right. Yeah.
And you can get these little USB adapters or use your laptop if it has a reader. And upon entry of that smart card, that chip, that is the access credentials for all your taxes, your voting, your medical records, and you can choose then who cryptographically would like to share that stuff with, your doctor, things like along those lines. And this is a countrywide system, right? It's not just a 9-digit social security number that identifies you. It's more like a certificate, right, that identifies you. And it's all, you know, government-wide interconnected, but you're the one who holds that key. So it then may come down to you physically, and then, you know, that's something you have, and then something you know to furthermore go with it, almost like an ATM card.
It'd be interesting to know how they secure the CA from that.
Yeah, identity proofing is very important, no matter what you're doing on identity. So.
Yeah, I'll say though, but from your scenario, I wouldn't say that I know enough about it myself to really have any kind of feedback. Realistically though, this I just kind of wanted to have like a fun little chit chat. Figured take a half an hour and see what's on everybody's mind. I do want to kind of leave this bit of discussion on one final note and kind of give you guys an opportunity to pick your brain. Not everybody who tunes into Bsides or attends is necessarily a hacker, or a phone freaker, or maybe even works in technology. Right? Maybe they are just interested in this, or they have a family member or a friend that kind of brought them into this community and this event. What kind of simple words of advice would you give, especially given today's current circumstances, to help improve security, or maybe even what kind of message would you help other hackers share with their family members to make this world a little bit of a safer place? What do you guys say?
Okay.
I know this is what you do.
All right, what's that?
I set you up for this because I know this is right up your alley.
It's like, all right, it's the volleyball. Here we go. Let's spike this. You were as you were asking your question, it's like, what words of advice would you have for people coming into the industry? And the first reaction was, get out. No. No, we do. We certainly want everybody and everyone in this industry. I just spent October doing almost 24 presentations to organizations all around the U.S. And one of the things that I always said at the end of the presentation was, I am really thankful that we have a National Cybersecurity Awareness Month, a month dedicated where we can go out and educate people and make you aware of what you need to be, looking for when you're out on the internet. But honestly, I look forward to the day when we don't have a National Cybersecurity Awareness Month, because we don't need it, because it's part of the culture that everybody is aware that they're doing it year round, not just, hey, let's have a presentation this month in cybersecurity. No, it needs to be every day. It needs to be every week. Department meetings, office meetings. You want to be able to drive that culture to the next level. Make it, we walk down the street and we get to the end of the sidewalk and we look to the left and we look to the right, or you're living in the UK, you look to the right, then you look to the left. You're doing that because you want to make sure you don't get hit by a car as you walk out in the middle of the road. We want people to make sure that they have that mindset of, okay, this is an email, I don't recognize it, let me check the link. And it's not, oh, my daughter sent me an email and then she needs a $50 gift card. Yeah, no. But getting more people in this industry, that's one of the reasons why I'm teaching over at Valencia and truly do enjoy it. Getting that next generation of students in here, getting them into those entry-level positions. And that's the other thing, is I want to see more entry-level positions, getting communications and marketing people over to help with security awareness, driving that, bringing over data scientists to help with analytics with regards to trending and with regards to themes, bringing in, all different kinds of people that can come in and share their experience and allow this. It's like the United States of America. We started out as all immigrants, and the diversity of this country, with all immigrants coming from all around the world. I'm one of them myself, from the UK and Canada. So, we all bring our own bit, and we just make the industry that much more. So, if I've got people that I'm mentoring and talking with on a regular basis, they're trying to get into the industry. But when they see those job racks and it's like this cert or that cert, or a CISSP with, and it's an entry-level position, it kind of there's a disconnect, but just trying to get more people in the industry. And I know that there's organizations already that are working to get those entry-level people in, get them in based on intellect and based on their work ethic and problem-solving skills. We'll teach the cybersecurity stuff. Let's just, get that work ethic. But it's good to see that those entry levels are coming. We just need more of them. So,
yeah, I agree with you 100%, James. Me being an immigrant, I'm gonna pick on that because it made me think of things that I've always done. I coach a lot and mentor a lot of immigrants coming in, and non-immigrants too. But for those immigrants that get here, and what do I do? I used to do this there. The first thing I tell them is, do an inventory. What are you good at? What were you doing there? And so then what can you translate and trespass to something else.
Yeah.
For security, that's key. I'm so excited because of my last 2 hires for our team. No, they don't report direct to me, but in our team, they come from application security, no security background. And I'm like, first of all, that's what I want because it's all about application. Second, these 2 guys they were gamers, are gamers. First of all, gamers, keep an eye on those guys because they have 2 things. 1, curiosity. You need to be curious. And 2, they probably know how to work together. Then they just figure things out. They are problem solvers. That's what gamers do. So that's one area where to look at. This last person not only is a gamer, he used to be a paramedic. I'm not going to teach him anything about crisis management or incident response. I'm going to learn from him, if anything. So there is a lot of opportunity, and you probably have skills that translate. And so but the main thing is not to. I was listening on a session earlier. Don't come to the conference to be there. Engage, ask, reach out. We all love helping others. We do. Like James said, he mentors people. I do. You too, Jonathan, I'm sure. Ask for help. Ask, well, what does that mean? That's on the workforce. On the personal side, be patient, like at work, because this is not easy to explain to someone that doesn't deal with it every day. But like James mentioned, you're driving a car. You're gonna think about going into a dark road in a shady place. That's what cybersecurity is. We're all risk managers. We manage risk at home and at work every day, all day. And all you have to do is translate it to the workplace and think, is this the right thing to do? That's what it is to me.
That's fantastic info, both of you guys. And I want to remind all the viewers online and anybody who's watching this in the future that, not just here at the Bsides Orlando community, but also across the state of Florida, whether it's in our local and state government or even in our individual, city chapters like ISC squared. These communities, we're always open, we're always welcoming, we're always willing to teach, to share, to provide opportunities. Every one of our sponsors, please go pop into their channel and ask, are you hiring, right? There's no shame in asking who's got a position open right now, whether you're currently looking or even just looking to improve yourself. Every one of those opportunities is going to be great. And so take advantage of all the resources we have today with Bsides Orlando across the Discord server. Chat up some old friends and maybe even some new ones, and check out some great talks. So Carlos, you're coming up. What time is your talk, Carlos?
At 4:30.
Cool. Okay, so all right, perfect.
We got Ricky coming up next, right? Mr. Ricky Payne.
We do have Payne coming up next, and James, you were this morning. What was that?
I was going to say, worked with him at we've had previous collaborations with the Cyber Camp.
Cyber Camp. See, that's also a special.
We missed that this year. The Florida Cyber Alliance. I helped them out as well. That's helping high school students. Getting them brought up and getting them educated. Ricky, he's done presentations there. I know you have, Jonathan. Carlos, we're going to be calling on you for next summer, 2021, buddy. So that's cool. I'm glad we got Rick coming up. You guys got a great set of lineup of speakers this year.
We love it.
Last year was great too.
Not just because I got picked, but I got selected. But honor and privilege of being able to present. So this has been great so far. Looking forward to seeing what's coming the rest of the afternoon.
Awesome. Thanks so much, James. And Carlos, you too. Looking forward to getting you prepped up for your talk at 4:30. And with that, gentlemen, thank you so much for taking a little bit of time in your afternoon and just kind of ramble with me about cybersecurity, have a little fun.
I know James, you and I go way back, but Carlos, welcome to the party, and I
Welcome to
do
the party,
not
Carlos.
just see you
Yes.
again today, but many more times in the future, because cybersecurity, especially in Florida, in my opinion, we are a cybersecurity state. We're coming after you, Silicon Valley. This is the place to be.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. With
John.
that, signing off, and we will see you all in a little bit for our
See y'all later.
talk
Thank
with
you.
Rick Payne. Take care, everybody.
See y'all. Bye.
Awesome. No worries.
Alrighty. Well, hey everybody. We are now getting ready to prepare our next speaker. Now, Rick is on the line. I'll be dragging him in here real shortly. But we hope that everybody's ready, well relaxed, and excited for our next talk. So, Rick, how you doing, man?
Doing great, sir. Let me get this slide up here so we're on track.
Hey,
Are
no
we live?
problem. I'll drive things from this side. You just kind of hang out and have fun like the rest of us.
Yeah, sounds
So,
good.
Very cool. So Rick, we were talking before, but I wanted to kind of share with everybody a little bit about what we're going to be for in this next talk, right? And we all are, by now hopefully familiar with the concept of DevOps, right? And, I call them sometimes the make it happen people. So, but you're talking to us about SecOps and even DevOps. So I'm really interested to see how you apply this approach and what those really mean to you, and maybe even help everybody else get a good grasp on it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we did the showing with Ian and team earlier this week when we were getting prepped, testing all the cameras, and everyone was logging in with their fancy headsets and their mics. So I had to go out and get some upgrades there. But what I want to do is, I'm rolling on 15 years of experience in the community. So I've seen it all the way back in 2006, where security was, you basically had to go in a boxing ring with everyone just to get very basic elements. Let's say patching. Developers didn't understand why we needed to patch, or if you want to talk about least privilege, it was a foreign concept, and the term was coined in 08, 09-ish, when people were just fed up with the big silos. You got the dev guys doing their thing, and then they just field goal kick a release over to operations. And I've been on that journey from the beginning. And I mean, just like really working with anyone, like I like to apply concepts across all verticals. So, I even did a DevOps for anyone can apply the concept.
Well, that's good. So this is going to be awesome talk, everybody. And so without further ado, let's kick off some really cool production stuff and have some fun. Rick, I'm going to send it over to you. Now watch this.
Great. Appreciate everyone joining. Super excited about this talk, with really where we're at as an industry and where we're going. And I'd like to share with you guys really a journey from where I started back in 2006 all the way up until now. I'm rolling on 15 years of experience. It's been a great journey. I won't go into too many details on the certification and education experience, but it's been a great ride. Without further ado, I'll dive in here. And talking with the team early on, I've kind of went back and forth on how I wanted to present this. So I'll kind of give you an idea of the layout. Is I understand a ton of people, even when I started as a student and, as a junior engineer coming in the field, it was always nice to come to Bsides. This is my 6th event, first time presenting here. So, as you know, the talk's DevOps to SecDevOps. So I kind of framed out my career journey here, starting out. I spent several years climbing up the ladder here. My current role at RMS is my 10th promotion. And I tried to align that with the education I received along the way and kind of break these down into categories where when this block here is probably 2006 to around 2011, and you were in the land of DevOps, it really wasn't even invented yet. And it was just getting popular around 09 and 2010. And then moving up here, when I transitioned into a full security role, you know, it was a lot of politics and battling with teams and really anyone in the path of releasing a product or even operating a company. It was difficult to get security involved in anything. So transitioning all the way up to where I'm at now is, you know, a lot of organizations require industry certifications. You know, if you're working with the government and you have been for, you know, 10 years or more, you need to have, you know, it was DIACAP, then it's risk management framework, and anything that's cloud-based needs to be FedRAMP, or you can't even do business with them. And you're seeing a lot of organizations globally have either some security framework like GDPR or ISO 27000 or SOC 2 or C5. Really, my point there is DevOps in general was focused on just delivering software quickly, and it skipped security a lot. And let's walk through the journey here. What I want to do is try and cover a broad range of topics and embed them in here. So please feel free to ask any questions relating to, you know, where I'm at now. I feel like I'm on the edge of tech. So I spent a lot of time to put together a demo for this call I'll transition into in the next 30 minutes. I wanted to cram a lot of content and quality in here. And I wanted to kind of cover people, process, and technology, because a lot of us do different things in different roles. So I didn't want to isolate to, you know, a super technical audience. I wanted to kind of expose everyone to what we're doing in a way that's relatable. Stage. What I've noticed along my journey here is our industry is in a revolution similar to what, you know, I think it's very easy for most people to relate to the automation that you're seeing in the factories. Elon Musk and the Gigafactory, you know, it comes to light because, you know, it's the same thing with Jeff Bezos and Amazon, where you're seeing hundreds of thousands of robots, you know, pushing products around to ship them quicker, or rather than humans going down an assembly line building a Tesla, it's a fully autonomous factory where people are just slowly disappearing from it. What I'm seeing and what have been seeing in the past couple of years is we're in a similar revolution, where you can think of what we're doing rather than, you know, envision a you know, assembly line factory or a conveyor belt where, let's say 2008, it was, I mean, what do we have? Windows XP, Windows 7, depending on how edge your company was. It would take, you know, it was a celebration just to get a server built and out the door for someone to test with it, and you didn't want to mess with it, and you created one static. It was a pain, you know, where, you know, basically 10 years ago it would take a week just to get one server up. Now you're seeing a fully automated process end to end do that same effort in minutes, sometimes hours, but it's similar to where I'm at now and what I'm seeing. I really resonate with Musk's quote here, where, you know, if anyone at my company assigns a task to me, or I see an opportunity to, basically, I'm gonna look at the task once, I'm gonna do it once, I'm gonna document enough to where version 2 is going to be building a machine to do that same task moving forward. So it's essentially the transition to infrastructure and security as code. And, you know, DevOps, the tooling approach there, it's an end-to-end. And, you know, I wanted to throw RPA, robotics process automation, in here just as a side note for some research, where this is catching a lot of traction in generic office tasks like call centers or, you know, just general data entry. But they're starting to break the surface, and you're seeing large organizations like Microsoft and Amazon push for a no-code movement where they're trying to build systems where you don't need to be some software engineer to build an app. Anyone can just drag and drop and make that happen. And one of the things we're seeing is the approach that I'll show you in the demo. Every workflow, process, role that was involved in building out our it's a secure image factory where we're no longer manually building images at all. It's full end-to-end build and delivery, similar to ordering a pizza at this point, where, you know, if you want AWS, our analogy is that's the crust. If you want you know, Ubuntu, Cent, Red Hat, Windows Server 12, 16, 19, that's your cheese, and then your applications are stacked on top of that as the toppings. And what you're seeing here, I'm not sure if you guys can see my mouse, but the numbers that I'm presenting up to management, they're disruptive in nature from every angle. Where before you see, you know, like I was saying before, I know the XP example is kind of far stretched, but similar concept. You know, I'm sure some of you guys have built systems and you have multiple developers. Like when you onboard someone to the team, you got to spend days getting Visual Studio or VS Code or, you know, Putty, everything you need set up, working, complete, where now we have that in a one-click pipeline where, okay, a developer's onboarding, he needs Git, AWS command line, Terraform, Packer, Ansible, you know, you name it, you select it, you order it, and it can be out across any cloud, any operating system in a matter of minutes. And it's you know, again, super disruptive. Just to set the stage, even so, this is Gartner's definition. I won't read through it directly, but depending on what role you're in, what company you're in, what industry you're in, and your approach, everyone views this differently. I don't think the industry is standardized, or you'll have a conversation with someone and see directly eye to eye. It's been kind of funny watching it, but you know, if you're management, you're seeing the culture side, or if you know, you're from a process optimization perspective, you're looking at the Agile lean piece, and you know, any sort of cross-functional management layer like a program manager, they're looking at the bridge between different departments. Like I was mentioned earlier, 2009, it was first coined from frustrations of, I mean, just like really, I mean, the concept doesn't have to be applied to our specific industry. Think of anything, you know, if you're in automotive or working, you know, think of fast food. You know, if two roles that constantly need to interact with one another don't talk to each other at all, you know, if the cook touch with one another, you never know what's going to happen. So, you know, when they get on the same page, they get together, it's much easier than, you know, you can't just throw food out at the server. You need to be integrated. You need to be on the same page. You need to understand the requirements. You need to understand the workflows. And that's what the momentum is really pushing behind DevOps and the concepts. So walking through this, and this, the maturity models really, I mean, I spent 10 years in federal contracting, and everything needed to be measurable. If you couldn't basically quantify over qualify. If you can't put data behind what you're doing, how you're doing, why you're doing it in a measurable manner, then what are you doing? Like, rather than me saying this concept reduces labor hours greatly, it reduces them by 90% in almost every scenario. So think of this. My wife's a teacher, so they often go through rubrics, and sometimes people get hung up in maturity models and the definitions. But I brought two in from outside of the tech industry just to give an idea. It's essentially just like getting an A, B, C, D, or an F at school in different categories. How well are you doing a specific task or objective? And it just simply steps up, like the crawl, walk, run approach. If you're trying to do security, you can't just go straight to the finish line. There's just typically a pyramid fashion for any tech buildup where if you're trying to get to the peak, you've got to crawl, walk, run. It's hard to go all the way to the finish line in one shot. And I'll kind of step through just conceptually how we'll walk through DevOps there. Here's a specific example. The DoD, Department of Defense, is standardizing on the cybersecurity maturity model. And if I won't read these, but you see how it steps through. Are you a zero, like for instance DevOps, without security, they don't even register because security is not even being performed. So if you think of it from a DevOps perspective, without security, you don't even register on a security model because nothing's being done towards it. Once you get to level 1, let's say DevOps Sec, where at least some security is being performed, maybe you're doing enough just to patch, then you hit basic. And then as you go on to DevSecOps and then SecDevOps, you're escalating and integrating more and more with your internal build community to get security in every layer. And I'll show you another government example on DevSecOps later that it's the whole DevOps wheel with a security layer built into everything. I'm going to take a drink on that note. But as you see here, are basically a pen test sandbox. So I'll go to the extreme examples again, but so say a developer has their code bound to Windows XP or Windows 7. Let's say Windows 7, it went end of life in January, but we have binaries or code that's legacy code that can't be moved on. It's a production workload, customers are using it, and it's probably public facing, or our build, there's no security there. There's no care for security. No one's even looking at it. And if you take a step back and look at it and hear, if someone's building a product now and there's no security layer at all involved, I mean, I don't even know how that works. How are they in business? I mean, my point here, it doesn't matter if you have the best application in the world. If it's running Windows 7 and it's vulnerable to WannaCry, the thing's going to be gone, hatted up in a day. You can't maintain or sustain any security certifications. And back to the point about career, the students and entry, mid-level, wherever you are, is one of the things when I talk to others and speak to other companies, say you have a prospective employer, depending on your expertise and where you want to go. Let's say you're split technical and you still have some soft skills. If you get into a DevOps organization that hasn't even started considering security or DevSecOps, you're in a lot of political meetings where, why do we need security? How is this going to impact the application? It's a long, hard battle with a lot of politics back and forth. So consider that when you're looking into it. And even if you're at a company now, I've even had certain employers where you get to a point where my mission is, from my intro slide, I rode competitively for years, and I go for the gold. If I'm securing something until someone says slow down, that's too much. Understanding I'm protecting to enable, not just throwing random firewall rules at an application and breaking stuff. It's a very integrative, Amazon customer focused approach. So back to the where you're at. If you're in a DevOps environment and you want to go to more of a DevSec, sometimes even if your organization, your leadership's on board, you're talking a several year movement. So just keep that in mind with if you're looking at a new role or you're kind of running out of gas in your current. And so now we're adding sec to the end. Just like you see, you're starting to get the cultural shift where, okay, we need security. Someone said there was a breach one time, Equifax, Target. It's in the news, okay, we'll listen to you, but it's typically tail end, and it's very hard to implement real security. And the federal government's been preaching this for 10 years or more. Even in their requirements, it's you don't want to bolt security on. It must be baked into the product. So, imagine releasing Windows 7 with a bunch of vulnerable applications running as an administrator, and now you run some scans against the systems, and you're trying to get some security accreditation. They all require patching, least privilege, and typically a ton of, even hundreds of security controls thrown at it. So it's very difficult to bolt it on. And again, you still need to be ready for the evangelism role. You're not going to go in and say, hey, even if you come in with the latest, greatest, best solution that's going to revolutionize your whole company, humans in general are against change. We're change averse. I like everything static, how it is. I'm not trying to pick on the devs throughout this presentation. It's really people in general, but we don't want to change, even if we know it's for our greater good. Consider diet. Everyone knows diet and exercise solve half of our health issues in America. Percent of Americans, we're not going to change because of that. So moving on to, we're shifting left again. Now we have DevSecOps in the center, and I was already on that. So here we're getting to the culture shift, and this is where I'm at now. I want to be in DevSecOps or SecDevOps, where everyone's about it. There's no there's no inertia with why we need security. No more. Here it essentially puts securities in, and it's overlapping everywhere. So even beyond this, the programmatic layer. So typically, here's another where I pulled this from. Again, it was technology focused, not wide enough to see cultural or an end-to-end product delivery. Think about from project inception, where you have requirements up front. If the security team isn't sitting at the table when you launch a product, you're already behind the curve. So now you're going back into DevOps Sec, because anyone's going to be in there making decisions. They're not development, the program managers, the systems engineers. If they don't have a security background, you're going to get behind the curve again, and then you're going to have that fight. So once you get to DevSecOps, you get integrated across all of the teams, all the way up front. You have an accepted seat at the table. I'll leave it at that. One of the things I want to highlight here is, and you'll see in the demo, once you start getting DevSecOps, and I'll push on my security guys too. And I understand, and I've seen a ton of the dev frustrations where when they're building solutions and the security teams don't have the capacity and the velocity to keep up with their delivery schedules. Let's say they're doing 1 build a week or 1 build a day, 3 builds a day. If your security features, let's say a feature is a patch, or it's a benchmark configuration setting from SIS or from DISA-STIGs, however you harden the systems, between the SIS benchmarks and the STIGs, let's just take a window like Windows Server, then you're throwing 200 to 300 security configuration settings against a server, and you basically you have to be able to build the environment, test the environment, apply security settings against it, and then know that it's not going to break the application. Otherwise, it's hard for us to maintain a good reputation. I've seen it from back in the day till now. We're kind of getting over it, but we're transitioning a lot from, just running vulnerability scans and field goal kicking. Similar to us, when it was DevOps and Secs or just DevOps. So security culture was someone's going to go run a vulnerability scan or a configuration scan, and then punt it over to the devs. Now the devs have, 300-500 requirements they need to figure out how to implement, and it's going to slow their features down, back and forth, a lot of political. James, I saw a couple questions come up. I'll stop for a second. Do we want to address any questions in real time here, or do we want to stack them in to the end?
It's totally up to you, but I have a question posted down below from Nathan. If not, I can read it for you.
Oh, okay, I see it. Nathan, so the question is there any kind of support group for technology managers and specifically dealing with the politics around security? I mean, this is a fantastic question. So PM manager, like line manager, transitioning from IT ops and development to security focus, it's hard to keep selling fear. Yeah, so agreed. I mean, you almost become a therapist after so many years of going back and forth with different teams and people, because you're selling too. So you have to sell security. And one of the things we do, I run our global patching initiative at RMS, and it's about instilling confidence, where if I go to patch your system and I can't assure you that it's going to break, then I wouldn't want you patching my system. So there are some human change management. My wife's, I'll have to dig in. I can link you afterwards, but essentially it's behavioral change management, really. And I'm taking that approach where there's, I think it's the trans-theoretical model of change, I believe. And it goes through multiple stages of how humans transition from, no, I'm not going to do that, to, you start with data. Once you have enough data where, okay, we can't get a security certification, which means we can't get clients, which means we're not going to expand. No one's going to get raises, promoted. We may go out of business. As soon as you start impacting someone's wallet, they start listening to you. Again, you don't want to go to the fear, uncertainty, and doubt approach, but I'm open to discuss that more. That would be a good, let's push that to the Q&A. Let me get through here. I know I want to focus on this demo and show you guys what I threw together over the past, I don't know, got 4 hours of sleep last night, so it's been a fun run, but keep them coming. Just so to add here, so initially without security or without IT ops, however they're calling it here, the developers built the entire stack end to end, and typically developers they're code centric. They don't care about the networking layer. They don't care about the infrastructure. We need our code and these features to get out at all costs. And now once you get security involved, where, hey, what operating system do you need? Okay, it's Server 2016. Well, you let me know your any prerequisites for the application, any configuration settings, and then what we're doing is we're creating this pipeline where we're able to run build validation tests against the application and get rid of that entire, basically they get to outsource that to security. And we own that to where they can really focus on code and the benefits, the political confrontation. It becomes a partnership where they don't care about the infrastructure. We do. We want to get it. We want to lock it down. And it's not rocket science to get an application running on a hardened environment. There's methodical processes I've implemented over the years where, it shouldn't be a big confrontation like it used to be. So point, security becomes free. I think I kind of covered most of this, but now the shift left, security is up front. Security is at the beginning of every conversation. You typically see, if you go to a company's leadership page, there'll be a CIO or a chief security officer or a lead security role. If you see that, the company is about security. And if they have industry certifications, they've had to go through at least 100+ security controls on either their IT system or their product to get it. So you're involved up front, you're involved in the design, and the point that I've always seen is if it ever comes down to it, the customer wants a feature and they have to decide between security and the feature always wins until you get here. Once you get to SecDevOps, then the relationships are strong and forged enough where you're having the conversations even with the customer. Hey, I understand we committed to 11.7 to give you this cool new widget feature, but let us hold that off for a week and we'll be able to patch a couple critical vulnerabilities so your data won't get breached. We'll maintain a solid reputation. And yeah, love it. Excited about it. I got another question come through from Carlos. Yeah, I mean, so Carlos is going back and highlighting the point that fear is no longer, I mean, you really change management, behavioral change, you can't do it with fear. And I mean, we're confirming that. And same thing. So yeah, if your top-down approach is doing fear-based persuasion, it's not sustainable. You know, if there are a couple of knee-jerk wins, you know, you want to do some quick wins where, you know, let's say you're running some vulnerable application that got breached, like struts, and you know you need to force it. Hey, there was a big breach. If we don't patch it, we're going to get breached. Here's the headline. You don't want to, you know, and you see the typical, you know, the security breached headline, newspaper, and your company logo in it. And yeah, I've seen it. Covered this again. You know, as you transition from DevOps to SecDevOps, you know, and this is really the underlying point here is it's the politics shifting, and really the capabilities too. Again, you know, I'm not trying to point everything away from security. We're just as accountable. If we can't keep up, then, you know, we shouldn't be at the table. So, you know, we need to step it up just as much as they do too. So, you know, it's security is everyone's responsibility. This is the Department of Defense, their DevSecOps. I mean, if I won't comb through it all, but you know, they've went through every single step of the way to build and release, and they've tied, you know, you got security as code, you got static and dynamic testing, pen testing, all the way from monitoring, patching, scanning, and back around again. So this, if you're looking at it, I can update my slides. I'll publish them to my GitHub account, and then I'll include some of these links where, you know, I think this is almost a 100-page document that the Department of Defense just recently published. And those guys, I mean, they're killing it right now. They're leading a lot of the stuff that they're doing. I'm waiting. As soon as they publish it, I'm pulling it in and reading it. So really proud of the DoD and how they're pushing forward here. It's definitely worth a read and a look up. So, you know, ping me, guys. I've got a ton of content. I got probably 30 pages of notes from building this presentation and demo out. So if you see anything, or if you want to cover anything more, open book, you know, happy to talk about it. Love speaking about it. Right in time. So I wanted to cover that in 30 minutes. It looks like we're there. And here's what I haven't seen vulnerability management as code anywhere. I've been talking about this concept for a couple months now. So if it's not official, we just made it official. Sorry, I hit my wheel. So back to here. Let me see. I'm going to go into full screen sharing so you can see. Give me 1 second. I'm going to share the screen. Share. Okay. So we can see the screen now. All right. So here's my GitHub. Here's Azure Pipelines. And here's the AWS account that we're going to be building in. As you can see, we've had a lot of terminated today. I've been running this thing till the wheels are almost falling off. So back to the slide here. So everything here, let me go to my current branch. So everything I have here is as code. And like I was speaking before, this is really foundational to getting security integrated with the development community. You know, think about your audience and how they speak. Developers speak in code. And, you know, I noticed once I started converting all of my security talk to code, where I could just say, hey, take a look at my repo, this path, this shell script, here's what we're doing, here's how we're doing it, here's why we're doing it. It's much more understandable, easily relatable, and it's helped move a lot of conversations forward that I've had roadblocks at in the past. So step one is infrastructure security as code. You've got to get it in code. Again, whatever you get something, execute it, take enough cliff notes where the next pass, you should be converting it as code. And in Azure Pipelines, let me pull up VS Code here and I'll walk through this file. It's essentially a conveyor belt for us. I won't go too deep into here, but there's multiple jobs, stages, and steps that you can execute. Like think of it like the Tesla factory assembly line, and different steps you go through here. We have dependencies for tree and JQ. We need packers, so we're pulling packer down. We're doing a version check just to make sure we grab the latest version, and then we're checking to make sure our packer configuration file is functional. If not, it'll exit the build early so we don't waste 10 minutes going through here building it and breaking in the build, and so on. As we step through, we basically, let me go back here. I don't want to get hung up on the code. So everything I have for today is in GitHub. We're using Azure Pipelines to pull it in and execute it. The core tool that we're going to use today is Packer. What Packer is going to do is it's going to connect to my AWS account. This is going to be a Linux machine. This is an EC2 instance if you don't know the logo here. And what Packer is going to do is it's going to launch this instance for us. It's going to install Docker from this shell script. It's going to install the AWS command line from this shell script. And then in the pipeline, I have code to, once we're done getting all our applications installed, we're going to do an apt update and then an apt upgrade to where we're going to update all of our packages to ensure this instance is fully, that was my little logo here, this means patched. We're fully patched. Once the build's complete, I think it's going to take 6 minutes. Let's go ahead and launch it. So in Azure, I've got it connected to my repository. I've been doing a lot of development under this branch. I'm going to connect to this branch. And again, you know, think before, you know, you had a sysadmin spend, you know, days. I mean, we're not loading operating systems and applications with CDs anymore. So, you know, I realize a lot has transitioned to the cloud and digital, but rather than going through this process that surely would take several hours, we're going to run through end to end in less than 10 minutes by doing those 2 clicks. So we're going, it's going to hook in. I'll jump in here so you can kind of see it walk through, and you get full CM level output. It's the code level traceability. You can get all the way down to a specific Git commit. And once this pipeline runs successfully, you can create pull requests and have specific, I think I enabled validation tests. So if either the build patched AMI or the AMI swap in the auto scaling group fail, then you can't merge the code back into master, which is essentially treated as production. So, you know, we're bringing in just as many development practices as we're trying to push towards them. So again, it's a double-edged sword, two-way street. You know, again, the whole point of this is to bridge the silos. You know, we need to be looking at everyone involved in the process as a partner rather than some siloed off entity that you know, we have to deal with at certain points in the process. So after step 4 is complete, Packer's hooked in, You see right now it's connecting. If I go here, hit a refresh, you see Packer Builder. It's initializing. Instance ID F9A. You go in here. I think we already missed it. There we go, F9A. So it's launched, it's hooked into it, and it's starting to execute the Docker install. Then it'll move to patching and the AWS command. Go into AWS to launch it. There's none of that. It's you know, again, what I did yesterday, I went through, launched it, noted everything I needed to in code. It's fairly straightforward. But if you go back into here, I'll show you guys real quick. What Packer does is everything you go to, think of, you know, if you've installed an application and it required a certain parameter, you put that in here. So everything that you need to see is, you know, you're passing your credentials to it. You're telling it. So for us, we're telling it we want Ubuntu 18.04. The wild card here with the most recent true means it's going to search for the latest date. Again, if you and your software team need deterministic builds, you can bind to specific dates just by adding the latest AMI and getting rid of this value. We specify the instance type, the user name, what we're going to name the AMI. And then if you step through the provisioner section, this is where you have a direct shell. And, you know, when we launch here, Packer has root level access. So, you know, think of it like if you want to configure or do anything, you know, you need to add dependencies, add users, whatever you need to do to not have to manually do it again, you can throw it in the Packer provisioner section. Created them as shell scripts is for portability, modularity, and, you know, they're infinitely reusable. So, you know, whether it's in AWS, Azure, any cloud, once you create this module once, you no longer have to do it again. So someone doesn't have to go through the pain of, you know, going out online and finding a DigitalOcean or Docker article on how to set up Docker. You do it one time. That engineering effort's done permanently, excuse me, for the organization. And that's really the value here. We're able to get some, excuse me. Let me see where we're at here. So as you see, it's stepping through it looks like the text is a little messed up there. Let me see if I can resize that. Okay, there we go, we're back. So we're all the way down to, it made it through the entire build. Here you see it's unzipping the AWS command line module, and it's creating this AMI. So if we go back here, refresh, the Packer Builder instance, it's shutting it down, it's killing it. This instance I have here, before we hit the old light switch button, also known as a blue-green or AB deployment. What we're doing is we're transitioning to step 5. When this AMI is produced, which it's doing right now, and honestly, you can go into snapshots here if we're impatient, and you can kind of see it already completed. So once the AMI is done, and this dotted line is an auto scaling group. A quick overview there. Let me see if they have any. Is essentially it's an instance is launched with specific parameters. The easiest I think example is, you know, let's say you have a production workload where, you know, any usage over 70% is going to slow any CPU load over 70% is going to slow the application down. You can configure a rule and say, hey, auto scaling group, if this machine hits 70% CPU sustained for 5 minutes, horizontally scale another one out, which is called scaling out. And when in this example, I'm not doing that here. What we're doing is once the AMI is done, we're hitting a swap button where we're telling this auto scaling group, and you'll see it here. Let me refresh. It's going to terminate this instance as soon as that goes through. And this instance is running an older AMI. You see the output. So this is the old one. We'll go here. And then if we go to auto scaling groups, let's go in the group instance refresh. So the instance refresh, this is a feature that they released a few months ago where you can, I did use the command line to update this auto scaling group with our new AMI. And I hit an instance refresh in the pipeline, said, hey, I don't want the old instance anymore. Go in and terminate it and then launch a new one. So the new one's initializing. And that's right on time with code. And so the entire, and in Azure DevOps, you get end-to-end build info. So that process as code took us 6 minutes, 5 seconds with 2 clicks. And think about it at scale. Azure DevOps and many other tools allow you to run this in parallel. So if you had 30 images you needed to build, it's a little more complex. Design's a little more complex, but it's easily feasible. We do it all the time. And that's, so the snapshots done, refreshing, and these are tunable. What I'm trying to get at here, and this is, it's low-hanging fruit where you have web servers that are stateless. You don't need to maintain any state data. You just need to have, let's see this guy, he's up and running. You just need a static web page up or something simple. This is the most simple example I could come up with for the talk today. But now we have our web server up and running, and it's easy to go in there and inject code. Let's say you want to do a web page update. You're talking 6 minutes to run it end to end, launch it, and then the scale in and scale out of the new AMI is 300 seconds. So you're looking at 5 minutes, to where if we, and this is getting back to the DevSecOps and SecDevOps, where now we are in the middle of, let me close this out now. Can I back this stop screen? Let me go back. I'll go back to my application window, PowerPoint, share. Okay. So back to here, we're partnered with and pushing the envelope just as fast, if not faster, than our developers. Where when you see something like this at this scale, that can be, and even this can even be scheduled. Say you're running a Windows IIS server, and patches are released monthly. Patch Tuesday comes, you can schedule this job to run at the 15th of every month, and you're out of the mix. Back to the whole vulnerability management as code process. This solution with a little bit of tuning, you no longer need to even worry about patching your systems. And inside Azure pipelines, let's say for our test, we just did a curl to the IP of the web server, the host name, and it returned whatever value. We check it, okay, it's good. You add those build validation tests in here. We have the source code of the application. You run this pipeline, pull in their code, then they don't really care that you just threw 300 STIG settings at their Windows server. They care that it passed their build validation tests, and they didn't have to do anything. It's publicly available end to end in 10 minutes. So that's, I'll kind of end there so we can transitions. This is kind of, I've been out and my company's headquartered in Silicon Valley, and a lot of, my team's great. They're awesome. I love working at RMS, and they really pushed me into leading the charge for some of these new projects, and I can't get enough of it. really this for me, I'm just scratching the surface, really just getting started and getting momentum here. Where this is going to be, if you tune in to me in a month, 3 months, this is going to be just elementary school. I mean, we're, back to the Elon Musk machines, building the machines. We're just getting started here. And I hope you guys can see this. If you're a program manager, a tech guy, I've kind of touched and been in the middle of all those circles and all those roles. So if you have any specific question you want to, you couldn't ask here, feel free to reach out. I think I've got 2 more slides left. We covered, so what I wanted to do in the demo, there were a couple of things. My IAM role is an administrator. I'm calling, see, then this is the security side, right? The feature versus security. I literally started on this after work yesterday and built all of this with 4 hours of sleep, just so I could get everything up and rolling and communicate really my passion. So I'm calling myself an unnecessary exposure. So some of these workloads didn't need to be public facing. We could put them behind a VPN and all that. We kind of walk through another thing just to highlight back at the Packer build. think of it as you partnering with your developers, your program managers, your customers to say, here's the entire operating environment we need to achieve together to move the business forward, maintain certification, ship features. So you can, I left with, they pull in a lot of external apps dependencies. Think of Java, Adobe, any browsers or any vulnerable apps. We treat those like a gallon of milk. If you have any Windows machine in production that is more than a patch Tuesday old, that's assuming you're building them on a current base. They're already vulnerable. And one of the values of this is we have an image factory that builds every month. So whenever any team across the organization needs to deploy an image, worst case scenario, it's 29 days out of date. So they may be almost 1 day behind a cycle. Otherwise, there's a grace period there where they're not even vulnerable. Another note here, and I'll push this out to you guys. I've like I said, I got probably 30 pages of notes where I had to set up, I installed PuTTY and VS Code and AWS command line, and I have notes on how I was using AWS Describe to pull the AMI IDs. And if you guys, and if there's enough demand, I'll spend another day or 2 and I'll publish it to my GitHub. And you can almost get like a level 2 type walkthrough on how I built this end to end. And I'll merge my latest code into master. And you have a functional piece where all you have to do is change a couple of values and you're off and running at your organization. So we've all had a hard year. Lots, this is, see my shirt here. This is Bsides 2019. I miss everyone. Looking forward to seeing people again. Self-awareness with what you're doing and where you're going, and maintaining your health and well-being, especially at this point. Like I know I need a break. I've had an awesome year, but it's been a tough, heavy year. So I focus on, back when I was competing on the street bike and the dirt bike, diet and nutrition were critical, sleep, saying, all of those things that you've been preached to your whole life. I'm going to preach to you again here, get right, get tight, enjoy yourself, and hopefully you can find happiness and passion in your role and what you're doing like I have. All right, I'm going to stop sharing.
Yeah, we definitely got some questions and fantastic and very inspirational talk. So I posted them up down here below, if you can see that.
I see Carlos. Carlos,
Yeah.
you're absolutely right. Is that what we're saying?
The question.
Yeah, Carlos. Okay, so look, let me share again, Carlos, and I'll talk you through that. I'll show you the next phase of this. If you're trying to get, is my presentation on my screen? Let me stop. Sorry, Carlos, 1 second. I'm gonna go back to the slideshow and back to the diagram here. So with Terraform, Terraform will enter in stage 4 or 5. So the auto scaling group obsoletes Terraform in this use case. If we didn't group and you wanted to launch a single instance, you could essentially replace the auto scaling group in step 5 with Terraform. One of the things that we're doing to aid in compliance, vulnerability management as code, I'm going to go ahead and throw out compliance as code as well. When we get to 4 and we're transitioning to 5, we use Terraform pass-it user data that injects tenable agents to launch a scan, and then we terminate those instances in 4 hours. So Terraform absolutely hooks right. I mean, it fits right into the stack here. You're absolutely right. And I mean, another one, Ansible, for sure. Next question, Charlie. Do you see where ML AI is going to drop into the DevSecOps pipeline? Charlie, that's a fantastic question. I've been keeping my ear to machine learning and AI, but every time I go to dive in, I feel like it hasn't made it to my infrastructure security layer yet. What you're seeing, if you go out and research perspective, or your edge researchers saying that, if I get in and mess with your data set, I can shift your models. That's how you hack into it now. But from my perspective, if I had to go into you need to secure an ML AI role right now, it would follow the same concepts. The machine learning, you need specific systems, specific requirements, specific access controls, data control requirements, encryption. I mean, what I would do is I would take an approach just like any other greenfield system where, okay, what do we need? Who's going to use it? How long is it going to be live? Who's going to touch it? So yeah, that would be my approach there.
I think that's it for the questions for now. Clearly, you've got a lot of amazing watchers amazingly loving you. So there's some
great news.
Good stuff.
Thanks, Nathan. Appreciate it, sir.
And so everybody else tuning in online, please feel free to jump into Discord. We can continue this conversation and many more like it, especially about DevOps, DevSecOps, SecDevOps, and everything in between in the Track 2 lobby. So with that, Rick, thank you so much. This was fantastic.
Absolutely. Love it. Appreciate the opportunity, sir.
All righty. We'll see you later.
Sounds good. Take care, John.
All right. So everybody, up next, we have Carlos Rodriguez. So I'll go ahead and bring him in here for a second, and we'll get things up and going. So Carlos, I've got you live if you are ready to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now? Here?
Yes, we can.
All right. Well, thank you for the opportunity. That was
also, hey, Carlos. Yeah. Awesome. No, I know you personally were following along with it and got some great information out and even shared some great information. So thanks for being part of this community.
Yeah, well, and it is a great segue to what we're going to talk about here, because we talk about the geeky stuff and how to automate and DevOps and all that. We're going to talk about the other side of it, which is people and process, how we work together to get to that point. So you guys did a fantastic job in actually, stacking our conversations.
Perfect. Well, yeah. I mean, I didn't even get a chance to share your awesome slide here. I'm going to put it on top of us. Ready? So this is what everybody has to look forward to here at 4:30. So can security be agile? And I don't want to spoil it at all. I want to give you that full opportunity to teach everybody. We've got a couple minutes before we really kick off one of the big things. And Carl, sorry, I'm going to kind of blast you around the screen here, but I did want to take an opportunity to remind everybody of all of our great sponsors. And so just want to take a moment and share those names, and we'll kind of jump back here in another minute and get you set up to go. Sound good?
Sounds like a plan.
All righty. All right, everybody. Again, thanks to all of our awesome sponsors. So let's go ahead and bring the man himself back in, Carlos. So we'll be talking about, Agile and can security kind of play in this. Carlos, do you want to take a moment to kind of introduce yourself? I know we talked a little bit earlier, but let's tell the rest of the viewers online who you are and what brings you here today.
Certainly. I am Carlos Rodriguez. I recently moved to Orlando, so I'm like in less than a month in Orlando now. I moved from Jacksonville, North Florida. I work as the director of security and risk at Citizen Property Insurance Corporation. That we are the insurance of last resort for the citizens of Florida. We're owned by the state of Florida, and we have been building a journey. We've been in a journey of building a culture of collaboration and just learning every day. And that's what this is about, collaboration and learning. That's the premises of Agile.
Awesome. That sounds exciting. Well, it's getting ready time to kick it off. So, Carlos, I'm going to do the little production magic and pass it over to you here. So bear with me and take it away.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I felt like Michael Jordan at United Centers in the 90s with that intro. I'm so pumped now. But thank you to everybody behind the scenes here, first of all, running this show, even though we had some little kinks early on. We're on a schedule and doing great. So I really, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of many people here attending, we really appreciate all of you guys. I wanted to let you know. So we're here to talk about Agile. And I was telling, I'm going to share my screen here. I was telling Jonathan just now that they did a really good job. Let's see here, share the screen. Hopefully you can see my screen now. I was telling Jonathan that they did a great job of scheduling today because if you were at the presentation from Rick Payne just before this one, this is a good segue. You may have heard that when we were talking, but because he talked about the geeky things, the things that we all want, that I know I want to do. But there's also a people side of the story and a people side, process side. So we're going to talk about that, how we as a security team can fit into this new working model that is not what we're used to. So that's the essence of what we're going to talk about here. Please ping me or Jonathan or the team where there are questions. If there are questions or comments, bring them up. I'm going to try to monitor on the Discord as well. So I just want us to chat and collaborate here. Be looking to my side just to keep an eye on the Discord channel. Here. All right. This is a cultural shift. This is not a technology conversation. Agile, lean, I think Rick mentioned those terms in his presentation. It's about how we work. And traditionally, we have been the naysayers or want things to be perfect before we launch products and features. And we need to evolve. We need to do different. We need to understand that because of all the digital transformation, we've heard today about cloud and self-service and data analytics and all of this. The development teams and the infrastructure teams now too are under a lot of pressure to deliver high-quality products more quickly. And to do that, they have adopted agile techniques such as SAFe, Scrum, Kanban, to deliver the features incrementally. Instead of going with the big bang, we now work in smaller chunks. So a key component is knowing how the security teams fit within the software development lifecycle and how to best communicate our requirements, and so we can address risk and compliance as the development process unfolds, right? Rick earlier again, and early on, can't remember the name of the individual, but I had also attended a session at 11:30 on track 1. Look it up about the speed of SaaS. We need to educate people. That's our role now, more so than actually protecting, which obviously is a huge part of what we do and the most important. But it also be an educator and communicator. And this again does drastically change how we work. So why? Well, Sprint tends to have a negative connotation to the security teams. Now, just like developers may jump when they hear about security policies and compliance, they don't understand it. We roll our eyes when we are asked to provide user stories for them to plan their work during the sprints. So, but when here at Citizen we began collaborating more about 2 years ago, our experience was no different. We didn't like it. We were unhappy. We were. It was a hard change for us. So, let's see. Okay, there it is. But I'm happy to report that we overcame the initial challenges and have adapted to work successfully within the Sprint framework and within different agile techniques. Today, our security team members come to quarterly planning sessions, and we'll talk a little bit about those sessions later, armed with the work that, not only the work that is going to help the other teams for their planning efforts, but also with education. Why is it needed? And we'll touch on a few of these things earlier. Robin Sharma, I love him. He's a great leadership guru, a writer, many good books. But this is one of the things that that are great about his approach and what I have learned from him. Change is not easy. This is all about cultural change, organizational management change. That's what Agile is, especially for folks in security, folks in infrastructure, and folks in IT operations. We're somewhat behind when compared to the developers. And it's not a painless process. I remember 2 years ago, during the first meeting with my team after joining Citizens, the teammates were lamenting that developers didn't include them in conversations or brought them in too late when things were then slowed down because they had to be fixed. And then, we were stopping them and all this finger pointing was happening. But then I stopped and I asked my team whether they had made developer aware of what our concerns were, our requirements, and all that. And they looked at me like I was speaking a different language. They said, something like they should just know we need to be engaged. So my first task when after that was to enlighten my own team on the value of educating other divisions and how we could support them through the process to not slow them down. The second task for me was to open the door for more back and forth conversations with developers early on, so to build a constant communication channel. Now, you're going to get pushback on this, from both ends, but especially so from your security team, because again, it's a mindset shift. And again, I'm happy to report that has changed now. But now we move from they don't call us to they don't leave us alone. We got too much going on. So but that's a good thing. That's a good problem to have, and we're working very collaborative here. So I'm going to be switching back and forth between the presentation. I have a bunch of agendas, but it's more information. Slides. It's more informational than anything else on stuff like this. But I also see if you can see the screen now. I also have one of my objectives is kind of walk through like a sprint, like an iteration, not a sprint, an iteration. We'll talk about that more in a little bit. So here is my planning board, right? Right now we're working on who we are, who Carlos is. We already talked about cultural change. Usually I do when this is the second presentation I'm doing this. The first one was on Bsides Jax, and I had a Scrum Master there. So I'm doing the Scrum Master and the product owner and the whole development team here, all by myself, which is a little bit complicated. So let's look at the agenda now and what we're going to be talking about. So this is the first introduction from me to you to the concept of objective and key results. All right. This is our agenda. We're going to try to emulate. My objective is really to help you understand how we can apply lean and agile methodologies to information security and risk management, so we can move at the same speed of the rest of the company. Some of the key results I mentioned: emulating agile program increments, provide an overview of how we at Citizens apply agile techniques, and then have a high-level overview of some of the techniques that we use. I'm going to be running about, and I forgot to turn on my timer, but this will be done in increments. So we're gonna have 4 sprints, including sprint 0 that we're on now. So we're gonna dissect this in sprints to emulate the agile increments. All right. So sprint 1, we're gonna talk about agile at Citizens and how security fits into the Kanban. So real quick, the Agile Manifesto, you've probably seen this before, but what I want to zoom into here is, I'll move my mouse here, the word over. So we want to emphasize individuals and interactions over process and tools. Work with software, deliver working software over comprehensive documentation. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. I am emphasizing over because it is not a replacement of. That's what it means here in this concept. We're not saying emphasize individual and interactions and forget about processes and tools. We're not saying deliver working software and don't documents. But you have to have a little bit of a balance there. Deliver your software. That's the key, right? But plan for some documentation. So what does Agile mean for Citizens? Again, it's all about culture. It's about collaboration, delivering value, transformation, right? It's a people, it's a mindset shift. You don't see techie things here. I don't even think I included DevOps here. But you have to have a lot of conversations and communication in and out of your team and across, because in order to gain support, you need that gain political some political allies. The other thing here is you see failure. Failure is important because a lot of what we do is learn. You're going to go through a learning journey. You're going to try different things and techniques and find what works for you and for your team. And at Citizens, they emphasize that experimentation so that we can deliver value. We can learn, get feedback, and put it into work. It is important for me to communicate to you that how we work. First of all, if you don't have management support, this is not going to work. And I'm saying senior executive management of the company. It has to be a journey throughout the company. We started this journey before I joined, maybe 4 years ago. I've been at Citizens for 2.5 now. And it's been a long journey. And it started with IT about a year and a half, or a year and a half while I've been here. The rest of the business started to see the value that we're delivering and how we're working, collaborating. Look at the color words, and it's all about people and collaboration. And this aligns very well, by the way, with our values as a company. So we have a dedicated team that coaches the entire company. So we started seeing HR, we started seeing financial services, vendor management, non-IT departments and divisions is trying to adopt these techniques. Even internal audit now has Kanban processes in place. Legal has other techniques that they're using because they're seeing that they're working better together and across different teams. So again, we have a dedicated team that their goal is to coach us. We struggling mad, like really bad early on, right? And so we tried to go at it ourselves. We tried different things until I said, okay, well, we've learned some. Let's bring a coach to hold our hands going forward because we're stuck. And that was transformational for us because our coaches are great. They focus on they are very patient with us, and they focus on teaching us how to do all these things. So again, it's important that you align with the company, but it's important also to understand that you may not be doing the same thing that a development team is doing. Right now, we're still not 100% cross-functional in our team compositions, but that's getting much better. And also because they know that we're a partner now, they bring us in, we do our part, and we leave. And that's working for us. Ideally, you want cross-functional teams, but that's more difficult to achieve. And it is our goal to get to later. We're starting to see that in certain areas, such as identity and access management, for example. So I mentioned how we fit into Citizens, right? And through our current processes. And here's a view of our lean portfolio Kanban. So these are the 8 stages of our delivery process. From the funnel, which is where ideation, you have an idea, through all the way to validation, right? And you see where on yellow on the bottom section here, that's how we interact with the teams, right? So as part of our delivery, we start getting a lot of feedback and try to apply that feedback into how we work with the teams, right? One of the tools that we develop, and I don't have an example of that here, but I'm more than happy to discuss offline with you, is our ISSA tool, which stands for IT Security Standards Assessment. So like anyone else, we have, or many companies, we have security standards, also referred to as security minimum requirements. But nobody understood them. I mean, even myself, it took me quite some time to really wrap my head around all of these. And so the first feedback I received was, "It's too complicated. We don't understand. Please help us understand it." So we developed this tool, which has two different features. One, it serves as an initial inherent risk analysis, go through a series of questions and scoring. And then the second part is the controls. Usually what controls are most important for us out of the many controls that we have in our requirements, and are not already part of our reference architecture that we know are there. Like, firewall. Well, there is a firewall. We know that, right? But there may or may not be login or encryption or whatever it might be. So we focus on certain areas that we want to dig more into. Sometimes this tool comes early in the process where we don't even know, or the initiative, the people working on the project, they don't even know. But that is the injection point. And that tool, when we first rolled it out, was a little bit complicated, and they didn't understand it. So they started giving us feedback, and they love it now. And we don't even run it now. Right now, over the last few months, it's been enterprise architecture, running that tool, and then providing it to us for feedback, and we send it back. And this happens very quickly. And we're starting to see the developer teams, IT teams, doing themselves too. That was the goal. And my goal really is to let the business owner, the product owner, not the business owner, but the product owner run it, whatever they are on the business. We have other artifacts, as you can see there, where we interact. But what my point is here is that we're now all over the place through the process. Not only that, this slide that you see here, along with other material, we have done 3 sessions across the company on this in the last 3 months. And they now understand when and where to bring us in. I'm gonna now take us back to our board here to see where I am. We already talked about citizens, culture change. So this is a Scrum Master here, kind of doing a sprint review. We just talked about our portfolio Kanban. We did the agenda. We're doing pretty well. By the way, I had this when I did it in front of people. I did it per sprint, but I thought that would be a little bit complicated here. So now we're going to sprint 2, which is about, let's see here. All right, the Scrum team and the events that we have at Citizens. I know many of you may know this or may know, but I thought it was important to talk about these things about Agile and how this works before we even talk about security. So the Scrum team has 3 main components: a product owner who manages his or her main objective is to manage a backlog, to prioritize the backlog to deliver value. That's a product owner's role. Then you have the Scrum Master, I just mentioned that, who manages the process, helps everybody be on the same page, and remove impediments, get feedback. He's a coach, or she's a coach. And then the development team should be actually managing the work and based on the business priorities as communicated by the product owner, the developing team should be completely autonomous to do their work and prioritize during the different iterations. So that's in a nutshell product owner. I mean, the development team. Our team. So we name teams across the company based on what they do. Our team is actually called. I'm gonna post that on the lobby and see if someone knows live chat here what that comes from. I'm putting it on the chat on Discord. That's the name of our team, SetTech Astronomy. Hopefully someone knows what that means. All right. Let me know if you do. Put it on the chat or somewhere in there. All right. So the events. What are all of these events? Hopefully this is big enough that you can see it, but I'll walk through it. I'm going to start top left, actually middle left with PI planning. PI stands for product increment. This is the longest increment or the longest iteration or increment of the iteration. So for us, and usually is a quarter, one quarter. So we have 4 PI events, and they go for 3 months. And then there are different increments inside the PI or the increment. I'm gonna now that I wanted to start with that because that's a big chunk of the the longest increment. But now, before, during, and after this, the increment or the PI plan or the PI, a lot happens, right? You have PI pre-PI planning where you have you gotta get ready for it, and we're gonna talk about how we do that in a little bit. You gotta get ready for the event. For us, we have about, it used to be about 250 people in that event out of the 1,300 people in the company, or 1,200 people in the company, give or take. 250 or so were part of it, and that was IT primarily. I think right now we're probably pushing the 400 because people come from different divisions now, different teams, which is huge. It's important, very important. Content authority on the top left. That is where we talk about features and the strategic vision of that quarter, where this happens before the PI planning as well. So you have the pre-PI planning and the content authority. That's where we understand what every team, content authority is when every team tells us about what their priorities are and who they are going to need. All right, hey, we're going to need infrastructure, or we're going to need this development team. That's the content authority, and it helps with the planning as well. Scrum, this one happens every week, twice a week. So every team has a Scrum Master, and they all the Scrum Masters get together every week, twice a week, for 30 minutes at most, to talk about the achievements, blockers. That's a big one, and in general, what's going on, how teams are working together, who do I need to bring in, and who knows. What type of support we need to give each other across teams. And then there is inspect, and adapt. We do that as well. Inspect and adapt is all about helping people learn. So we do demos, problem solving, that type of thing. So if you think of Agile and PI planning, on one of the training sessions that I attended, they put it, the way that I understood it the best was, Agile, to be effective, you have to get feedback, right? So you can think of a thermostat. A thermostat is running and it gives you a temperature at any given time. And based on that temperature, you're going to make adjustment. Whether you're hot or cold, you're going to adjust that. That's how inspection and adaptation works. You're constantly getting feedback from your stakeholders to make your product better. And that, in a nutshell, is what we do on Inspect and Adapt. That has been a great platform for us in security to help people understand what is it that we're doing, why we're doing it, and to get better, to actually go and get their feedback and say, well, like, for example, the ISSA tool that I talk about, or logging or anything, any process that we have in place. That's where we get feedback and go put it into the products that we deliver and the services that we deliver. So that made that a sprint 2 in good timing here. So we're going to sprint 3. So here's the Scrum Master. We talk about Scrum events and the Scrum team. So now we're going to get more into, okay, whatever, how do you, some of the techniques that we use at Citizens and in the security team. I'll give you some examples now to deliver value. Remember, deliver value is what it's all about. It's not about tech, not about products or features. It's delivering value to your customers, whether they are internal or external. So we're going to talk about now what OKRs, objectives and key results. I hope people have heard about this. There's a great book by John Doerr on this topic called Measure What Matters. I have a slide on resources that talks about objective and key results. And objective and key results are a way of measuring, right? And if you look at the top left of the quadrant, I know there's a lot going on here, but this is a great, this is our pocket reference guide for us that our team, the Agile or Enterprise Reading team, which is our Agile coaching team, put together to help us develop our objectives and key results. So you have health metrics, that how we're doing, and it's up to each division with the senior leadership guidance to develop those. You have KPIs or operational matrix to measure your impact and progress. And then you have OKR. So what needs to change to achieve a strategic goal? All right. Usually it's cross-functional, and we mostly do OKRs for key strategic initiatives. And to do that, we really focus on on value, right? So it's a statement that helps the organization set up guidance on how to move forward. All right. And what the end goal is. But then that's the objective. And then you have the key results, which are what is it that you're going to measure? So John Doerr in the book, really good book, I recommend it again, the Measure What Matters book, explain it in a very simple way that I could understand. I'm going to use the same because it's just simple. You think of a football team. Yes, pick, I'm not going to pick the Jaguars because, well, maybe not. But let's now pick the Bucks, right? The Tampa Bay Buccaneers here are doing pretty well. Management has a goal, right? Management has a goal, which may be, for an objective, win the Super Bowl, right? How are we going to do that? Well, then they push that down. And maybe their key results were maintaining the coaching staff, hiring a good quarterback, right? Which they achieve, and bringing in certain key players to the team, right? Then they push that down. Okay, guys, this is our OKRs, and the head coach now has to break those apart, usually those key results become someone's downstream objective, right? So, okay, well, we need to have a great quarterback. Okay, we have a great quarterback. That's my objective. Now I have to build playbooks, run the offense, run the defense, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then he pushes out to his staff, to the offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, and the special teams coordinator, and so on and so forth. You start setting up measurable results to see progress, which are the activities that you're going to become the activities that you're going to be working on. I'm going to give you an example here of what that means for us in security. Again, remember, what I'm trying to do with this objective and key result that I'm showing you now is communicate to the business, communicate to the stakeholders what we're trying to achieve. What is the value of it? So this actually was one, I modified a few things here and there, but this was our OKR for rolling out multi-factor authentications a few years ago when I first learned about this, right? But I needed support from management, and this is how I got it. So my key results were focused on here on improving areas where we were not doing so well at that time, right? And I needed to have conversations with not only management but also IT to get the support and help them understand what type of risk we were trying to manage and manage. I don't like mitigate because there's always going to be risk. You will never mitigate it all to zero, but you have to manage it. So these are the things that we were trying to achieve to manage that risk. And then we develop the activities and PKIs, or actual measures, to track our progress against the key results. Again, if there are questions anywhere, please let me know, because I don't have YouTube up, which will distract me. Was checking to see if anyone knew what SetTech astronomy meant. Maybe you put it on YouTube. Any questions so far from the team? Let's see if I can open YouTube and see if there's anything there. I'm doing well on this sprint, so
Yeah,
that's why I'm doing this.
just to let you know, no questions at this time from the YouTube stream itself, but you're doing great.
All right.
It's not us.
Thank you. Let's see here. All right. So that's OKRs. We're going to keep moving on. All right. So next sprint. Let's do a sprint review. Next sprint, we're going to talk about now user stories. So we did finish. Oh, last session, I didn't finish all of my stickies, so doing better here on this one. I'm going to talk about initiatives and features, and I don't have a slide for that, but I had a conversation early on in the chat about it a little bit. And so I thought, we'll briefly touch on it. So the way you organize your work in an iteration is you break it down in three pieces. The initiative, and actually per Scrum is 4. You have what is called the big one is Epic, big one, big project, big feature, big project or program, multi-year. We don't use that. We start with initiative, even if it's a big initiative. Like for us, for example, I'm referring a lot to identity and access management because it's a strategic initiative for the company that I own. But that's the initiative, and then the initiative breaks down into features, which usually go per quarter or per the iteration that you're working on. And then each feature is broken down into user stories, which is really what you're trying to deliver. And then user stories are all further broken into tasks and activities and whatnot. But these are concepts that are very familiar to developers. For us in security, for infrastructure, for operations, very foreign. It's like, what? Can I just do my job, right? But again, the value is on
Someone is at the front door.
on let's see, did it move? The value is on helping people understand what you need to do. So again, it's a set of functional goals that are delivered in an increment, a sprint. By the way, our sprints are, I didn't mention that, 2 weeks. So remember, we have PI, program increment, that's 3 months, and then sprints are 10 days. And so we have about six sprints within a PI, right? And we're actually, again, based on what we have learned as a company, we're actually starting to experiment with different teams having different sprint lengths. We're in that process, and we may be one of those that need a little bit more time. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But so it's the work that you can do in a sprint, all right, to deliver value. And why do we use it? Well, we use it as a collaboration tool, like I mentioned, which define the expectations and outcomes that help all teams plan their work and capacity. And the point being, let's deliver value together. So now there's a so what. And before I get there, I'm going to show you how we construct our user story. So you define the end user initiative. I, as the director of security, need to deliver MFA, and the acceptance criteria is important. The definition of done, right? Okay, so what are you trying to achieve with this work? And then you can add more information like benefit and justification. You have to tie your user story to a feature and to a initiative, right? There's also things like investment categories. That really is where the value is being put into. So the user story, the important part of the user story is that it helps people do their work. So if you remember, we have a PI planning event where 400 people come in to a room, virtual room now, being very effective lately with that too. And basically what we do in a nutshell in that event is get these stickers and put them on people's boards. We go to developer A team, we're going to need you to work on, there is this risk open or exception open that you have a deadline coming. You should plan to do this work. Okay, great. We go to the infrastructure. Hey, we're working on initiative together. We're going to need you to run the ISSA tool, or we are running it for you. Likewise, this didn't happen until 6 months ago, by the way. It took us a while to get there. But when they start seeing us going to them, and not only that we were going to them, but they were planning now around, with their work, they had capacity for including security work. They're starting also coming to us. And they say, okay, great, that's great. Now, we have this project, this feature we're delivering for this system. We need you to do an assessment or run a vulnerability management scan or whatever it might be, right? We need your help. We're going to need you, on the sprint 6, right? And they gave us their expectations. So now we know when we need to work with them as well. But back to the so what. This is just one of the many areas that I can show you where it delivers value. I'm sorry, let me change the slide here. All right. So I joined in Q3 of 2018, right? And that's where we started having these conversations. We really got going around early last year, doing more of this type of approach. Then we had more audits, more things coming in. But look at the curve of the these are audits. These are open and close items on audits, whether they're internal or external, only audits. We just were either somewhat flat or always going on, not doing much. Now, this is as of Q2, we started dropping, right? And this is not because of security, by the way. This is the great work, and I always tell everybody this, that all the teams put into remediating these issues. We just were there to help them, coach them, some of that. Yes, we did the work, but we did it together. And because we're also, this is a dashboard that management gets with a legend or me speaking in front of management saying, you know, IT, or maybe it's legal, VMO, vendor management, whoever owned one of these audits, they did a great job. Look, we're making progress. We're moving the needle. That's just one way I can show you the so what. We have remediated about, let's say, 150 items or open issues within our risk registers in the last 18 months. Before that, we were basically almost stuck. We were not stuck, but we were just very slow. And so about 18 months ago, we're starting to see a little bit of that type of same line trending. But it wasn't until, again, early this year when bringing all of this work to the other teams early and vice versa, we really started hitting it up. I'll tell you one, during my interview process here at Citizens, I was told by someone that the company was going at 65 miles per hour. Yes, we're not very fast. And security was going at 40. That was a big gap. Today, I don't even have to talk about security. I go into meetings where I don't talk. And a developer, infrastructure guy, a business person will say, you know, we need security here. We need to think about this and that. And what do you think, Carlos? And I'm like, fine, you said it all. Let me know how I can help you, how my team can help you, and we're going to be there. So continue to talk about PI planning, because this is very important. Whatever planning, just understand what the planning in your company looks like, because that's the place to go to build a strong relationship. So this is our PI plan for this year. No, this is last year, maybe. I can't remember. Yeah, I think this is last year for the PI2 Q2. Right, and this is just a small snapshot. You can see here there are 1, 2, 3, 4 sprints there. Obviously, there's a couple more in a PI, and then there's a backlog. But these are things that we were working on. And at this point, because we were planning, you know, give or take, this is when we will do these things. And you can see a few things here. And this is not the tool that we use. This was this year, actually. This is not the tool that we use for planning. You might use something like Jira or Rally, you name it. There are a handful of very well-known planning tools out there. We use one of those, but we still were at this point, you know, trying to figure it out. So this is when we went virtual. We weren't in the room, so we needed to have something for us to put into our planning tool. before the event. And we also brought some of these stickies to other teams. So you can see priority, you can see what initiative it is, the key objective, and what other teams are needed. Now, okay, we need to talk to Enterprise Rhythm and Enterprise Metrics for this. We went to their board and drop stickies there. Here, Enterprise Risk Management. Need to go talk to them and about our risk register and whatnot, whatever. We need them. We went there. And so on and so forth. You can see some priorities. This is very important on this. Backlog. This is not so important. Hey, this is okay, but this is where we need to focus on. All right. This is, again, product owners prioritization. Then we go into a confident voting. Are we confident that we're going to get all this done? Yes, no, maybe. And then we'll have that conversation with the other teams. Likewise, we're getting more and more stickies. We'll call them sticking, but stickies or user stories from the other teams that help us plan for our quarter. Now I'm going to give you some examples of user stories. This is a user story at some point we were using. Again, what is it that we are working on? Well, this person needs a security review for that project as part of the SDLC. So this is a template that other teams can use and put in there, throw it into us to do a security review. And then my teams, whoever has bandwidth, go picks it up. Usually it's more, we try to keep, as of today, we're trying to keep it, whether it's right or wrong, with the person that is best knowledgeable about that project or product. But we're starting to move into whoever has bandwidth, cross-training our own team so we can all step in and pick up the work. Because remember, I mentioned that within the development team, they are the ones that should be, moving the needle. And based on the bandwidth, they should be able to pick up work and get it done. So the definition of done or acceptance criteria is laid out there. When you're doing user stories, and by the way, I didn't mention this on OKRs as well. OKRs, you want to keep your expectations manageable, right? You throw 10 things there, that's too much. OKRs, your key results should be less than 5, always. That's even on the book that I mentioned. The 3 to 5 is a sweet spot. Likewise, for your definition of done here or acceptance criteria, it should be something manageable. And that's a warning for everybody, because what we're observing right now, and I didn't have time to put a visual on this, is we are over capacity right now, different reasons, and I'll explain that in a minute. And we are not breaking up these user stories to fit them into 10 days. Whatever your sprint size is, you have to break a user story into what you're going to be working on during those 2 weeks. We know you're going to have to do more later, but it doesn't have to be all done right now. Another example, this one is for control testing. Same thing. I have a few of these. I'll be more than happy to share them with you, but I did want to show you how we created these templates. These are from us, from other teams incoming to us, this work. They tell us, okay, here's what we're expecting you to do, right? All right. Let's take a look that we're at the end of the sprint. We talk about user stories and initiatives. I don't think I'm gonna get to the minimum viable product and the results because we have about 7 minutes left. So I want to be respectful of your time at the end of the day. But the key here is now that this is a way. I believe it doesn't matter where you go and end up right now, you're gonna find this. You're gonna find companies adopting agile mindset. Or techniques, especially if you start talking about DevOps and all of these, you're going to have to work faster as a security team. You're going to have to let go of perfection and experiment. And remember, change is hard at the beginning, mess in the middle, and beautiful at the end. This was hard on my team, very hard. I believe that someone in attendance, if that person is here, was in my team when I started. When I started the company, we had 9 people in my team and 2 open spots. 7 of the 9 are no longer with us, and I'm not proud of that, and that's okay. But we all knew, even them, us, we all knew that it will happen if you didn't change the way. And I say that because what's interesting about that fact, 7 out of 9 are no longer with us. Of those 7, 5 apply into open positions in my team again a year or less after their departure. Just think about that for a minute. So again, in the Mandalorian, you've seen my graphics and even my picture in Twitter or in the website. I'm a big Star Wars fan. What is the way? That's how they live. That's how the Mandalorian is. The Mandalorian people adopted a way of living. They don't take their mask off. They are great warriors. They have all this weaponry that they're experts on. That's their way. And I think Agile methodologies, Lean methodologies, Scrum methodologies, they're all different. Kanban methodologies are becoming the way of enterprise IT to work. We of a Scrum and Kanban. Kanban is just this. This is Kanban. Visualization of work, what's happened. Scrum is more scientific, if you would, a little bit, because remember, you gotta show data and value and inspect that feedback, put it in. But our team does a Scrum. We have the Kanbans, and we focus on breaking the stories and all these. So again, I leave it with that, as someone mentioned earlier in one of the talks, it's no more about security stopping the flow of work or creating food, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. It's about working together, collaboration. Over the last executive leadership team meeting that I presented at, one of the 9 or 10 executive of the company stopped me, said, "Carlos, your team is completely different, doing great. We know we can go to you and to your team, not to me, but to the team, and we're going to get support and we're going to figure it out together." And that's what it's all about. That is what it's all about. A lot of education and cultural organizational change management. We're getting to a point where we cannot do all the security. It's just too much going on. Let's use everybody in the company to do security. And that will be the way you're going to create big and strong partnerships. That's all I have. I wanted to check and see if there's any other questions and comments. But that's all I have. Any questions?
I don't see any comments coming in from the YouTubes, but
Okay,
Carl,
that's becoming annoying a bit. So.
A little bit of the learning curve.
All
Are
right,
you there?
well, yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool. No, yeah, fantastic. We're rounding out the top of the 5:30 here. If there are any other questions, we'll be over here in the Discord server, and Carlos, you'll be able to pick them up from there. But thank you so much for the presentation on showing us that Agile actually can have security and can do good things with it through your own proof and demonstration. So awesome stuff.
Hit me up on LinkedIn or anywhere. I'm happy to share material.
Awesome. Well, everybody, again, thank you, Carlos. So have a good day. I'm going to disconnect and remind everybody that we will be continuing over in track 1 for closing ceremony. So again, reminder, this is track 2. We're going to be shutting down this particular stream, and we're going to be moving over to the track 1 link. So if you need the link to track 1, you can find it in the track 1 Discord channels. So go ahead and check over there or over here, whichever way your computer's doing it. Other than that, we hope that you really had a great day today. We put a lot of effort into trying to provide as much content as possible, trying to get everybody informed, get them in the know, and again, please join us in the closing ceremony, and we'll kind of wrap it up from there for this year's Bsides Orlando 2020. With that, this is Jonathan Singer on track 2. Have a good evening.